I'll use the paper.
Well, there goes the neighborhood live on this Saturday morning. It is June 7th, 2020, and we're doing the 16th annual Total Theater, not quite a Tony show, I'll explain, but our Broadway show. We have special guests, we have quiz questions. Oh, you're right, it's June 6th. Start again. See, I should have started with the theme music in the first place, which is exactly what I'm gonna do. One of the strangest intros ever created for a special, but ladies and gentlemen, those were three different cuts from three different Broadway musicals. We heard Tina Turner in there, or at least Adrienne Warren shrieking as Tina Turner from the musical Tina. We also heard from Jagged Little Pill, and I believe those were from the revival West Side Story, all of which opened in a shortened Broadway season. We'll be talking all about that. See, every year on Dave's Gone By, right around this time of year, because I've been a theater critic for many, many years, a theater journalist, an actor, an award-winning playwright, and all that sort of thing. I do love the theater and sharing my love of Broadway with you all. And every year, one of the great reasons to do that, to celebrate, is that the Tony Awards happen. These awards for excellence on Broadway. Well, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Broadway season was essentially stopped on March 11th. Nothing going forward. They canceled so many of the awards, including the Tonys, which they'll either postpone or they'll move to next year or they'll combine with next year's show. They're still figuring out what to do. But even though there's no Tony Awards this year, we can still celebrate the Broadway season with special guests, critics, not weighing, well, they can weigh in on what they thought of some of the shows that did open this season on Broadway. Also, we'll be asking them some of their favorite shows of all time. We'll be asking them for suggestions on how Broadway theaters can reopen once they are allowed to, and other cool questions to talk with critics from all over the place. Plus, we have a very special two-time Tony-nominated actor guest, Louis J. Stadlen. All of that happening, but let me bring in the first guest of the morning. That's all. I mean, first time we're doing this whole thing on Zoom. It's going to be wild. I don't know, hopefully it won't be wild. Hopefully it will go really, really smoothly, but who knows? But our first guest is Zachary Stewart. He is the chief critic for TheaterMania.com. He's been on a couple, I think, of our previous Broadway specials here for Dave's Gone By and Total Theater. I'm going to admit him, and I'm hoping he will be talking to us right this second. Oh, and let me get to a gallery view, if I can do that. Welcome, Zachary. So good to see you. How are you?
Oh, it's excellent to see you, Dave. How are you?
great. You sound great. You look great. And I notice you've got a little cabaret Liza Minnelli poster there from the movie. So you're a theater guy.
He looks down on us like a beloved ancestor from the mantle.
Indeed. Well, you can see our lovely pastiche here behind me of several of the shows that open this season. So you have elected to speak about the show or two that you most liked that did open in the 2019-2020 Broadway or off-Broadway season. What have you chosen, Zachary?
I'd like to talk about Will Arbery's Heroes of the Fourth Turning, which just very recently won the New York Drama Critics Circle Award for Best Play this year. It was shortlisted for a Pulitzer. I suspect it might have won the Drama Desk Award if those had been revealed last Sunday, but that show was postponed. It could have been The Inheritance as well, frankly, but I think it was between those two. We'll never know. At least we won't know until they reveal the awards. But this play was part of the Playwrights Horizons season. It came in the fall. Playwrights Horizons had an extraordinary season this year. The Pulitzer winner was actually there, and that was A Strange Loop by Michael R. Jackson, a musical. So a really excellent final season for their artistic director, Tim Sanford. And Heroes of the Fourth Turning was a part of that.
Tell us about that play. What was so special about it? What was it about,
Well, so this was about a group of graduates from a small private Catholic university in the mountains of Wyoming, meeting for an impromptu reunion to celebrate the promotion of a favorite professor to president of the university. And these are all young conservatives, very well-read young conservatives. Only one of them is really a supporter of Donald Trump, although they all voted for him because they feared Hillary Clinton more. And it's essentially their perspective on the world and what's happening now and the coming crisis, which they feel, and certainly a lot of people on the left feel, exists as well. And so it's them speaking from that perspective. And what I really loved about this play is these are voices that you don't often hear on the New York stage, specifically off Broadway. We tend to be a more Democratic-leaning group in the New York theater.
No, really?
And this is a major revelation. I know, I'm giving away all of the secrets now. And so, the people you tend to see on the theater, they tend to be more like Richard Nelson's Residents of Rhinebeck, which you see, and he's written, I think, about 10 plays for the public theater about liberals in Rhinebeck wringing their hands about the state of the world. And this is very different than that. And what was so thrilling about this is it was one of those plays where people in the audience feel compelled to shout back at the stage. And so much of the drama was between the stage and the audience, There's one character who you can tell she's a young conservative, but she's addicted to Twitter. And this is how she learned how to converse and argue with people, which is essentially in the pithiest, nastiest, meanest way possible. And so she goes in this argument about abortion and why abortion should be illegal, but the way she's arguing it, it's almost from that very social justice-y stand, where she browbeats you into believing what she believes. And people were just howling back at the stage. You could hear they had never heard these kind of talking points before. They were so hoping that if they were going to encounter Republicans on stage, they would be easily dismissed Trump voters.
Right.
And
that's what makes and what kills me is that they were going to do a Zoom broadcast of Heroes of the was it Turning?
Heroes of the Fourth Turning. It's a clunky title, isn't it?
It is, but I wanted to see it. I didn't get to see it off Broadway, and then they postponed the doing of it on Zoom because of the riots and because they didn't want to do it right this second. But look for it, folks, because it won or was nominated for a bunch of awards. And as you can see, it feels like a very compelling, up-to-the-minute Pulitzer. It was Pulitzer?
It was shortlisted.
Shortlisted for the Pulitzer Prize. Yeah. Let me ask you, in the time that we have, Zachary Stewart of Theater Mania, at some point, God willing, we're going to be walking back into theaters, Broadway theaters, even big ones. You wanted to maybe weigh in a bit on how's that going to happen? How are they going to distance everybody 5 chairs away? Are they going to spritz things by drones? What are they going to do?
Well, there's recently been a very widely shared photo from the Berliner Ensemble showing little clusters of chairs, 1 or 2 chairs socially distanced apart in their auditorium. I think some of our more well-financed not-for-profits, the Lincoln Center, the Public Theater, might be able to get away with doing something like this for a season or 2. Broadway absolutely couldn't. Not the way that it's produced right now, right? The profit margins are already thin enough that thinning out the audience that much would make it absolutely impractical. But there was something you mentioned earlier on this call, which was the reading for Heroes of the Fourth Turning, which was a ticketed event on Zoom. It was a ticketed event online, and there were different ticket levels for that. I actually think this is the way that the theater, and Broadway specifically, gets out of this crisis. I've noticed there's a lot more willingness to embrace streaming performances because of COVID-19. This has always been a big hang up in the theater, right? They want people to buy tickets in the theater. They don't want them to be watching it online. But I have to say, I grew up in a family where we didn't have money for theater tickets, right? We couldn't drop $60, $70, $80 a ticket to see the touring Broadway show. So I think for a lot of people, the choice is not between buying a ticket in the theater and buying a cheaper ticket online. The choice is between buying a ticket to see the show and not seeing it at all. So essentially what you do is when you stream a show or provide it online on online video, say for $5 a ticket, right? That's less than the cost of a matinee at a movie theater. You expand your balcony enormously, and so these people are getting maybe not the best experience of seeing a show in a live theater, but they're getting to see it, and they're getting to see a version of it for a cheaper amount. And I don't think that's going to keep people from actually going to the theater and buying the expensive tickets.
So, but do you think maybe then they'll space in the actual theater, and then whatever shortfall will be made up for people 8 times a week logging in to pay for it online? Do you think
I mean, perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps this is something that really needs to be explored, and I think there's been a lot of parties, producers, unions that have been very reticent to take this leap into the future. I will hand it to. We think of opera as somewhat musty and old, but they've been way ahead of the curve in this, especially the Metropolitan Opera. Met HD broadcasts out to the entire world. I have friends in Malta that go and see productions at the Metropolitan Opera here on the Upper West Side in a movie theater. And it's because they do that.
Yeah, except that the Met is millions and millions and millions of dollars in debt. Commercial producers, unless they're really altruistic, aren't going to take that shot. The Met, as you said, institutional theaters may be able to if they've got the funding coming in. That's cool. But I want to remind people that they can read your work, Zachary Stewart, at theatermania.com. How are you guys holding?
Not currently.
You
can read some of my old work. I'm currently furloughed at Theatermania, as so many Americans are. I mean, there's just not a lot of new theater being produced, so there's little to write about. I'm hoping to return in the fall or perhaps January, if that's when Broadway, they're now saying Broadway will come back in January of 2021. I hope I'll be back on the aisle to write about it then.
I certainly hope so too. But it's certainly a pleasure to have you on our special Tony show. Zachary Stewart. So are you blogging anywhere? Can people read any of your stuff besides your old stuff on Theatermania? Or are you
No, I'm not writing about the theater at all. I'm taking a bit of a break, and it's been glorious.
Oh, well, enjoy. And it's been glorious having you on the program. Thank you so much, yes. Zachary Stewart, for being
Thank you for having me. Okay. Bye-bye.
Zachary Stewart, ladies and gentlemen, in the neighborhood on the 16th annual Total Theater Broadway special. I should introduce myself. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. That is my darling and adorable wife, Joyce, who reminded me I have this. Thank you, thank you. And that's for Zachary Stewart for being so lucid this time of day. As my wife was saying, it's just a marvelous guest.
Excellent suggestions.
He did, man. And we have so many more marvelous guests coming up. We have theater critics like our old friend Eva Heinemann, who hosts High Drama on Manhattan Neighborhood Network, as well as Leslie Hoban Blake and Charlie Gross, who co-host Two on the Aisle, also on Manhattan Cable TV. We have David Sheward coming up, the former managing editor of Backstage, and he also writes for TheaterLife.com these days. We have Brian Scott Lipton from Theater Pizzazz and Theater News Online. Our old gadfly friend Ed Rubin will be joining us. He writes for Artez and a little magazine or online thing called TOTALTHEATER.com, which you may have heard of. Charlie Gross, I mentioned, and how could we do the show without our old friend Simon Saltzman? He'll be joining us quite a bit later. Again, all of them answering these questions about their favorite shows of the season, favorite shows of all time, how to go forward post-COVID, and also a lot of them will be answering the question of all the many, many things that you can watch on video now, theatrical, and the special Zoom productions of shows. What have been their favorites. This is going to be great. Plus, as I mentioned, Louis J. Stadlen on Broadway way back, I think it was the 70s. He was in Minnie's Boys, and then so many shows since, including a lot of shows where he was in with Nathan Lane, like Laughter on the 23rd Floor and The Nance, and a little show you might have heard of called The Producers. Louis Stadlen in the neighborhood, and yes, despite requests, Rabbi Sol Solomon will be with us with a Rabbinical Reflection, where he will be he'll be talking about the theater season and going forward with Broadway during and post-pandemic. You don't want to miss Rabbi Sol giving his benediction, his blessing for the theater season, such as it is. Now, since we're talking about the theater season, one of the things that we've been doing for the past few years that I personally love is for those of you who either are very familiar with Broadway, or especially for those of you who aren't, you may be wondering, you might not even be in New York, or you might be in that position that Zachary Stewart's family was growing up, but they didn't have the money to go to Broadway. So what happened this Broadway season? That essentially started in May at the end of the previous one, and then ended on March 11th. Well, first of all, as we said, after March 11th, all Broadway stopped this year, and it's currently technically on hiatus until September 7th. All that means is if you bought tickets for any Broadway or off-Broadway shows between now and just after Labor Day, you can get your money back, no questions asked. They'll exchange it for later on. But as Zachary Stewart was saying, it's very unlikely that certainly the big theaters will come back before the end of the year. So important. I was thinking, well, it makes sense because the holiday season, that's where they make big bucks from the tourists coming in, but there won't be that many tourists, and Broadway theaters are just afraid they won't have all the necessary safety protocols in place to get shows up and running in time for Thanksgiving, in time for a Christmas rush, if you will. So now they're thinking January, February, and that may very well be. Anyway, we did have shows. One thing that did happen this year that was really kind of chugging forward was this idea of getting big name musical folks to do short 1 or 2 week runs on Broadway. And they set aside the Lunk-Fontaine Theater for doing this. There wasn't a big show in it. So they thought, oh, okay, well, for the times that it's empty, let's not have a theater sit fallow. We'll bring in crowds, we'll make some money, we'll have the artists come in and make some money. So they started with Morrissey. Actually, the first Broadway show of the season was Morrissey, of course, of the Smiths. He did a series at the Lunk-Fontaine. And in fact, if you're interested, you can find his entire May 7th concert posted on YouTube. It's not the best, most perfect professional video of it, but it's certainly very watchable and the sound is good. So you can check it out. He does a lot of his classics. Every Day is Like Sunday, Suede Head, How Soon Is Now. And he did that on Broadway. It opened on May 2nd and then closed just for a week, a limited run. And then after that, very different kind of music. At the very end of May, Yanni did a week on Broadway at the Lunk-Fontaine. And it was not schmaltzy and big, instead it was him at the piano, playing songs and answering audience questions in a kind of impromptu way. And then we had our first play of the season. We had this one right here, Frankie and Johnny in the Claire de Lune. Kind of good timing for it because, of course, Terrence McNally would be the first major theater person to pass away from COVID months later. So we got to see one more revival of Frankie and Johnny in the Claire de Lune, which is this comedy drama about a cook and a waitress. They work together. They have an evening where they shack up. The sex is great. And she's just like, okay, thank you, go home. This was fun. See you in the morning. And he's like, no, I'm not leaving. We might have serious love here. And it's just this 2 hours bouncing back and forth of, should he go? Is he kind of creepster? Or is she afraid of him? Or is she afraid of taking a big chance in her life with him? That's the show. The stars, it's a two-person play, were Audra McDonald, six-time Tony winner Audra McDonald, and Michael Shannon. Director was Aaron Arbus. I don't know, I wanted to like the revival more than I did. It felt kind of actor-y to me. The movie, I hate to say it, the movie was better with Michelle Pfeiffer and Al Pacino. And I remember seeing it off Broadway. It was pretty good. There'll be other revivals. The play still holds up. Frankie and Johnny in the Claire de Lune, which played at the Broadhurst Theater from late May through late August. And then on June 9th, a year ago, and we were here, started covering it, we had the 73rd annual Tony Awards. They were at Radio City Music Hall. James Corden was hosting. And do you remember any of the, so the glittering prizes, we think about them and then it's like, oh, can't even remember what happened. What was best play last year? Actually, it was a wonderful play called The Ferryman, an Irish Troubles play, a new one. And that won best play. Musical went to Hadestown, which had a fabulous score. And then revivals went to Rodgers and Hammerstein's Oklahoma, a very different kind of modern-y dark one, and a revival of The Boys in the Band, 50th anniversary of that show, which again, perfect timing in a sad way, because its author, Mart Crowley, died a couple of months ago. So he got to see this off-Broadway landmark, this show that crossed the boundary into very specifically gay theater at a time when he didn't see that, and brought it back, and it was controversial in the gay community because the second act is very negative about gay culture, but they brought it back, and I didn't unfortunately get to see it, but apparently it really rocked the house. So Boys in the Band won for Best Revival last season. Rosemary Harris won a Lifetime Achievement Award. Terrence McNally won a Lifetime Achievement Tony Award. That's perfect timing. And then orchestrator Harold Wheeler was given one posthumously. Forgive me if he's still alive, but I think it was posthumous. And special Tonys went to Judith Light, the actress, for her human rights and LGBT work. Marin Mazzie got a special Tony. She had passed away. And they gave a Tony deservedly to the gorilla in the musical King Kong. He deserved it. He deserved that Nobel Prize, that gorilla. It was fantastic. Anyway, speaking of humorous things, Mel Brooks took to the stage on June 17th and just June 18th, just 2 nights, coming to Broadway, talking about his life and career and making Blazing Saddles and Young Frankenstein and, of course, the musical, The Producers, and the perfect movie, The Producers. So Mel Brooks was at the L'Enfant. He was followed by singer-songwriter Regina Spektor, who did a week in June. And what did she do? She, Michael Dale, writing for, yeah. We may be talking about Mel Brooks a little later in the program, so you're going to want to stay tuned for that. Regina Spektor, writing for Broadway World, Michael Dale said that her 2-hour, 25-song set had a warm intimacy, even if at times the lighting effects were more Broadway than Coffee House. And then they had another show in the L'Enfant Theater. I told you, to bring all these stars in. They got Chris Angel, the Mind Freak Unplugged. And he was there for a week doing a mix of close-up magic, card tricks, and apparently a spectacular levitation finale. And then they brought in Dave Chappelle to the L'Enfant for about 2 weeks. It was supposed to be a week, and it was so popular they extended it, even before I think it opened, to a 2-week run. And it got very, very mixed reviews. I mean, he was making some kind of incorrect, improper jokes about transgender people. He kind of defended Michael Jackson and Louis C.K. And he spent a good chunk of the show harping about Broadway ticket prices for all these people who paid Broadway ticket prices to see him. And then people apparently liked the second half better because he just did Q&A with the audience and was much looser and freer. And he's doing something that probably they'll still keep doing now, even under post-COVID times, where if you went into that theater, you had to surrender your telephone. And they put it in a pouch so that it wouldn't ring, it wouldn't buzz, it wouldn't disturb, people wouldn't be distracted, take pictures, and then you got the phone when you left the theater. I wonder if that's another thing people will tolerate going forward. If they want to, first they gotta be masked, then they gotta have their temperature taken, they gotta be spritzed and put gloves on, and then, oh yeah, we're taking your telephone. It takes you more time to get in and out of the theater than actually seeing the show. Well, it was a Harold Pinter play, perhaps. And then we come to a big musical, and you can kind of see part of it right here. It's big splashy musical at the Al Hirschfeld Theater that opened on July 25th, Moulin Rouge, based on that 2001 Baz Luhrmann film with a book adapted by John Logan and Alex Timbers directing. Had to do, the story is almost not quite beside the point, but it's a young poet who falls for a cabaret actress who already is involved with kind of a fiendish dude. And the show was on its way to becoming a big hit. It was grossing about $1.5 million a week. And then, it was still open March 10th, March 11th. We're assuming that will be one of the shows that comes back next year. It was nominated for 5 Drama Desk Awards, including choreography, set, lighting, costumes, sound. The look of the thing is huge. I mean, it's just the set pieces, the design of it, that's part of it. It's an experience as much as it is a musical that is really wildly jukeboxy. I mean, they're just pulling songs from all over the map, as the Nicole Kidman movie did. Songs in the show, you can hear Elton John's Your Song, Lady Gaga's Chandelier, or Chandelier, huh? Is Chandelier Lady Gaga, or is it somebody else? Sia. It's Sia. I Sia over there. And a show called, and one longer song called The Sparkling Diamond. That's a mashup of Diamonds Are Forever, Material Girl, and Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend. It's that kind of show. So yeah, Moulin Rouge on Broadway at the Al Hirschfeld. Followed, speaking of pop hit music, the hit maker extraordinaire Barry Manilow came in for a couple of weeks to the L'Enfantin. Writing for New York Stage Review, Michael Summers said, looking trim and sounding dandy at age 76, Barry Manilow remains a classy, old-school entertainer who gives his audience a swift and enjoyable parade amongst his biggest song hits. Could It Be Magic, Copacabana, Can't Smile Without You, which he had the audience, of course, sing along to. Now, reports were saying that Manilow kind of overshot his fame a little bit, and that he did 3 or 4 weeks when he should have done 2 and sold them out and made the tickets wildly desired instead of having some spaces here and there and gaps in the audience. But hey, he's Barry Manilow. He apparently did a really, really nice show, as he always does. So yay for him. Let's see what we have. I want to make sure that I'm following my timeline as well as the Broadway timeline. We'll get back to some more shows that open this season on Broadway. And then, of course, we have all these guests coming up. But, for the past bunch of weeks on Dave's Gone By, we've been doing our Today, Yesterday trivia quiz. Well, we're going to get trivial here, too, on this Tony or Broadway special. However, we're going to do it in kind of a Broadway, a theatrical kind of way. So these are all going to be questions that you're going to answer. I'll give you just a little time because we don't have that much time to do lag time here. But I'll ask the question, and then you see if you can chime in with the answer. So question number 1 about this Broadway season. Well, it saw a great revival of Harold Pinter's play Betrayal. Which of the following is not a Harold Pinter play? No Man's Land, The Real Thing, The Dumbwaiter, The Birthday Party. I shall repeat. Which is not a play written by Harold Pinter? Is it No Man's Land, The Real Thing, The Dumbwaiter, or The Birthday Party? So take a moment to consider. And no, sorry. Joyce took a shot. I can't even read her. What is that? Yes. Well done. Got it in two. Oh, could you do me a big favor and bring me over that stack of playbills that I forgot to bring over? I always forget something, but it doesn't seem to be something major. And the answer is, I will give it to you, the answer to the question is, as Joyce pointed out, The Real Thing, which is a Tom Stoppard comedy. So yeah, all the rest were plays written by Harold Pinter. Question number 2. This season, Jonathan Pryce and Eileen Atkins starred in the drama The Height of the Storm. Well, back in 1991, Jonathan Pryce won a Tony Award for playing the engineer, a conniving pimp, in this classic Euro musical. Can you name it? Okay. I'll read the question one more time. So this year we saw The Height of the Storm. No. I love that you're playing. Do you want to show the answers on here, or do you want to try it? My wife Joyce is playing along. I love this. But Jonathan Pryce, Eileen Atkins were in The Height of the Storm. In 1991, Jonathan Pryce won a Tony for a Euro musical where he played kind of a conniving, pimpy engineer in this Euro musical. We can show that one. No, it's not that. And the answer is, think of a helicopter.
Oh, Les Mis.
Same people, the people who wrote Les Mis. Also,
Saigon.
Bingo, Miss Saigon. Well done, my dear, well done. All right, 2 more questions before we get back to our Broadway timeline, and then we'll have some more questions later. Jane Alexander returned to Broadway this season in a show. Cool, I thought I had an extra thing of it. I don't. Well, it's going to be on here somewhere. There it is. In this show, Grand Horizons. There she is, with James Cromwell. So she was in Grand Horizons this year. Which of these Broadway shows did not also star Jane Alexander in years past? The Visit, The Sisters Rosenzweig, The Heiress, or Heartbreak House? This is the toughest one, I promise. They get easier than this one. But which of these did not star Jane Alexander? Yeah. I'll show this at the end. Was it The Visit, the Dürrenmatt play, The Sisters Rosenzweig by Wendy Wasserstein, The Heiress, or George Bernard Shaw's Heartbreak House? Which was she not in on Broadway? And the answer is, well done, Joyce. Heartbreak House. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm not brokenhearted. I'm thrilled to be doing this trivia quiz on Dave's Gone By. Like, oh, there you go. Oh. Last one for now. Joe Trace, that's how he pronounces the name. It doesn't look like that, but Joe Trace wrote the book for a young people's musical called The Lightning Thief that played on Broadway this year. But last year, he wrote the book for another Broadway musical about a high school outcast who takes a super pill to become.
Also, David, I'm neglecting my job. Iris got Miss Saigon for me.
Go Iris, our friend of the neighborhood, Iris. Yeah.
I wish her she got it. Tell her sorry I didn't check.
Oh, sorry, Iris, if you're playing along. Anybody playing along? I'm sorry, I cannot see. I've got too much going on to deal with the chat. So please do chat with everybody and post things on the site. I'm looking at the Zoom window, not the Facebook window, so I can't see it. Forgive me. But Joe Trace wrote the book this year for The Lightning Thief. Last year, he did the book for another Broadway musical all about a high school outcast who takes a super pill called a squip to be more popular. Can you name the show? Do we have any answers, hon, or do you want to try and answer this one?
Say it again.
What a show written by Joe, or co-written by Joe Trace, all about an unpopular high school kid who pops a pill that makes him super popular.
Oh,
From last year.
I know what it is.
You do? Okay. Joyce is writing. Okay. And by the way, again, feel free. No fair wikiing, by the way. No fair binging or Googling. Just got to get it the way you get it.
That's the moon.
Oh, what is it? You know what? I will hold it up, but this is going to give some producer an idea for a musical to do. Yeah, isn't it time for the musical based on Teen Wolf? No.
That's the moon, tell people.
What does the moon have to do with
it's
it?
smiling
Because it becomes a wolf
at night.
Yeah. Well, it becomes wolfish in his behavior. And the answer is, oh, hon, just, you need to calm down. You need to mellow out. You need to be more chill, was the name of the musical.
I like that. That's a good name.
Be more chill. Wasn't it bad? It had some good stuff in it. It really did. But anyway, that is part one of our Broadway trivia quiz for this Saturday. It is June 6th, 2020. You're watching the 16th annual Dave's Gone By Total Theater Broadway special with me, Dave Lefkowitz, a bunch of theater critics chiming in, answering questions, and we'll have Rabbi Sol Solomon talking about the theater, and our very special guest, Louis J. Stadlen, talking to Rabbi Sol about his theatrical career. So much, this is a great show already? I think so. Let's get back to our Broadway timeline here in the neighborhood. This is where we're just going through all the shows that opened this past shortened season. A lot of shows did open, even though the season stopped a couple of weeks early. For example, we're kind of a very sad show. Let's see if we have this one. Do I have it? Oh, everything got kind of out of order here, but that's okay. Maybe I'll find it.
I'll find it. What do you need?
Well, by the time we find it,
What is it?
It's called Seawall, A Life. And I found it. Here it is. It says, yes, all the women's hearts are beating a flutter for Jake Gyllenhaal in this show.
It's up in the corner, too.
That doesn't show up on camera.
Oh.
But Jake Gyllenhaal and Tom Sturridge co-starring two monologues in one evening. One of them really dark and tragic. The other one half tragic, half light. Okay. Because Seawall is the tragedy of a father who just turns away for a second and loses a child. And then there's another one of a grown guy who is losing his dad. His dad is dying, but he's also in the midst of about to have a baby. And Gyllenhaal just rocks the house on that. So, and by the way, the author, Simon Steffens, I think it might be, or Stevens, wrote The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. So he's a talented fella, writing for Variety. Marilyn Stasio said of the plays, "It's a joy to watch two fine actors perform in flawless character, but it might take a couple of stiff drinks to get the ashen taste of death out of your mouth." Yeah, that goes on the marquee. That goes in the New York Times ad. The ashen taste of death, Seawall, A Life. And you know what? Gyllenhaal's saying it still sell tickets. Now, I just mentioned before the marvelous, well, I thought it was wonderful, revival of Harold Pinter's play Betrayal that came to Broadway only a few years after a previous one did. But this one was special. This one was directed by Jamie Lloyd, English director, English cast, to an absolute fairly well. It was stylized and yet believable and yet funny and yet gripping and dark. Marvelous play. And it's just about a love triangle, if you will, the dissolution of a marriage, but it's also told mostly in reverse. So you see the end of the affair going all the way back to the beginning of the affair. The cast featured, I should point them out, Zawe Ashton, Tom Hiddleston, and Charlie Cox. They were all absolutely terrific. What else can I say? Oh, I'll go back to Variety's Marilyn Stasio, who's like, how can such a cool play make us sweat? Betrayal on Broadway. And then a play that made people sweat and laugh and grimace and just every possible thing that a play could do. A piece called Slave Play at the John Golden Theater. That opened on September 10th. Here it is. This barely even gives you some idea of what went on in this play. Oh, it's right there. Well, that's also cut off, at least off of my screen. But this was a show by Jeremy O. Harris, a wild, dirty, farcical, very also dark and bleak in the human soul comedy, which is basically saying it's all about these three interracial couples, gay and straight, and they go for marriage counseling and also sexual counseling therapy, wherein they reenact the historical American white-black slave owner relationship. And things get really down and dirty and things get funny. It's all about acknowledging white privilege and trying to deal with it. Not that that is at all relevant in this day and age. The play also, I took issue with the fact that it was about 2.5 hours long with no intermission. So any kind of punishment going on went beyond the thematic idea of white America being punished for its sins and then trying to move past them. But certainly a talented playwright, just throwing everything up at the wall, and a lot of it sticking, in Slave Play by Jeremy O. Harris at the John Golden Theater. And then we had kind of a specialty thing that was pretty special, a fellow named Darren Brown. He's a mentalist, also kind of a magician and entertainer. Not sure if I have a thing for him. Do I? Well, maybe I don't. Well, okay. Is he up here somewhere? Nope. Well, Darren Brown's Secret opened at the Court Theater and ran until early January. Illusions, mind reading, not to mention, I talked about King Kong winning a special Tony Award last year for being so awesome. Well, now we've got another gorilla, the exact opposite. He warns us, Darren Brown warned us early in the show, that at 2 points during the show, a gorilla will come out from the wings and take a banana off a pedestal. But you 1,400 people in the audience will not notice it because you'll be misdirected and you'll be looking elsewhere. Damn if I missed the gorilla twice. That's the kind of work that Darren Brown was doing. He did standard mentalism stuff and even mass audience participation. Very ingratiating, very well done. Darren Brown's Secret on Broadway. Well, it's no secret that we have wonderful guests with us all day, well, not all day long. We'll be here until about 12:30 in the afternoon. But terrific, intelligent, seasoned theater critics who are joining us in the neighborhood as part of our 16th annual Broadway special. And so I do believe our next guest is here. Oh, goody, oh, goody, oh, goody. Oh, this is just a great friend of mine, a super human being, not to mention, oh no, she went away, don't go away. Oh dear. Okay, I'm going to do more timeline. She's probably calling from her cell phone. Call back. Well, it's going to be Eva Heinemann who will be with us. She hosts a show and has for like 2 decades now on Manhattan Cable Television, Manhattan Neighborhood Network, called High Drama, H-I, exclamation point, High Drama. And she reviews theater, either herself or a lot of times she co-hosts with other people. I've been very proud to have been on that show a couple of times over the years. And Eva has just been a really great friend to me as well, just personally. So Eva, I assume maybe you're on a phone rather than a computer, so call back immediately and we'll get you right on the show on our special theater broadcast. Until then, maybe we'll do one more show in our timeline, which is, we move now to a show that I did not like very much at all, called The Height of the Storm, which was a Manhattan Theater Club production at their Samuel J. Friedman Theater. This was a drama by Florian Zeller, who did a show a couple of years ago called The Father that had to do with an older man dealing with Alzheimer's. Now he kind of has it again in a different way. It's all about this couple who were married for many years, and now, she's dead, and the children have to deal with what to do with the father who's still alive. Except it's the point of the play, I guess, is that his mind is sort of unclear. So at times we're not even sure if maybe she's alive and he's the dead one, or they're both dead and the time is fragmented and the memories are fragmented. I wish it worked dramatically. It's a really great idea, but it bored the hell out of me, even though it was only 90 minutes long. So frustrating, confusing. Some people liked it. And of course, people absolutely loved seeing Ivan Atkins and the aforementioned Jonathan Pryce on Broadway again, as they were in height of the storm. Okay, well, I'm not seeing our guest who called in 2 minutes ago.
So I texted.
Can you check my phone?
I
Yeah.
called her. I texted and called her. I called up the voicemail.
Yeah.
And I texted.
Okay, thank you. Up. Here we
I
go.
said, just check on the Zoom link you're in.
Eva Heinemann is going to be with us in the neighborhood in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I guess I have to, one of these, she's on twice on 2 different devices. One of them will work. Hey, here we go. Eva, just tilt your camera a little bit. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to get it on the computer as well. My computer's not working, so I had to do the phone thing. I'm waiting for the computer. I've been working for half an hour to get my damn computer to work, and it's just not. So.
Well, now it's weird. Now you're both on. I've got to get rid of one of you.
There, let me get rid of. I'm getting rid of the phone. All right, let me get rid of the phone. This always happens.
Okay, we're good. Okay, Eva, hello. Eva Heinemann, the host of High Drama on Manhattan Neighborhood Network. First of all, please tell us, Eva, when and where can people see episodes of High Drama?
Okay, well, first, you can see it before it airs on television on YouTube. Eva Heinemann on YouTube. I usually post it around Wednesday, but it airs on television on MNN, www.mnn.org. It streams live from 1:30 to 2 o'clock. It's every other Saturday. So our show is going to be on today, which is June 6th, and the next one is June 20th. And we do Zoomheim dramas, and we have Mark Sabat, Bina Sharif, Ed Rubin, and Jan Ewing. And we review shows, and we talk about all the virtual events. And
so yeah, that's something you have nothing to review except what's digital. But yeah, I
forgot to say it's on Spectrum Channel 56, RCN Channel 83, and FiOS Channel 34.
Now, speaking of Zooming, and speaking of the fact that you're still doing your show, but reviewing theater that is specifically created for the virtual world, one of the questions we want to ask our critics is, what has been your favorite, the best Zoom or just video show that you've seen during this pandemic?
Actually, there are several of them. National Theater Live has been putting on their actual plays, things we missed or we didn't get to the movie theater to see. So I've seen Treasure Island, a Benedict Cumberbatch, and I am a Cumberbatch bitch. I'm a Cumber bitch. He did Frankenstein. They just did This House, but the best thing I have ever seen in my entire life was Gillian Anderson in Streetcar Named Desire. I'm a Tennessee Williams nut. All of us are. I called up everyone. I said, drop everything. You have to see this. It's going to leave soon. I saw things in this play, and I've seen this play several times, I have never seen before. The most amazing thing was at the end, and it was just a fleeting thought that just happened for a little bit, was at the end of the first act, I thought, oh my God, this was written in 1947. This is Hitler. This is fascism. Stanley is Hitler. She gets led off to a mental institution, concentration camp at the end. It was like, wow, I never thought of that before.
Me neither. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry I missed it. I wanted to see it. I didn't get a chance. I did want to see that production. Have you seen House? Is House really good?
House.
Isn't that the political one?
Oh, This House. Yeah, it's gone. I think it's gone now.
Oh,
it's only for a week.
Right.
I lived in England during that time. During the transition between Callahan, I was there when Callahan was there and Margaret Thatcher took over. Mm-hmm. So I knew all that stuff that was going on, but I didn't know behind the scenes. And that was fascinating. It was the same guy that wrote Ink. So this guy, he's a good writer.
Oh, cool. So yeah, and the other question that we want to ask Eva while she's here is, Eva is one of those people, even though she's been doing this for so many years, she isn't one of those critics who just goes to Broadway and the occasional major off-Broadway show. She goes. She'll go to 6, 7 plays a week, going downtown, uptown, off-Broadway. So I am curious.
Out of the boroughs.
What?
Out of the boroughs.
Even out of the boroughs. So of all those shows, what were one or two of your favorites that did physically open in theaters this past season?
I got a long list, so I'm going to talk fast, and my mouth sometimes is out of sync. but there was a lot of reworking of things. Moscow Times 5 was the Three Sisters, Life Sucks was Uncle Vanya. Three Musketeers was set in 1941. That was brilliant. You have Gallus, which is from the Ridiculous Theater Company about Maria Callas. You have the other things I loved were Pink Unicorn with Alice Ripley, Immersive, Ellie and the Women of Blackwell, Tamacho Sear to Make Believe, Original Sound, Mojada, which is reworking of Medea for Mexican immigrants, Eureka Day about vaccination, Blues for an
Oh, I
Alabama.
saw that. I like that one. Yeah.
Blues for an Alabama Sky, dropping gumballs on Luke Wilson's head, which was a hysterical story about when they dropped gumballs on Luke Wilson's head and gave him a concussion for a commercial. The Florida's Live was great about millennials, and Rinse and Repeat was great about bulimia and all that. And musicals, you had Scotland, PA, which was a damn Scottish play, which was brilliantly done. You had Romeo and Bernadette, which was basically Romeo and Juliet with a happy ending. Soft Power, About Love, which is a Turgenev thing. A Bright Room Called Day, which was Tony Kirshner's revival. And then the last thing I saw was a sibling play by Ren Dara Santiago. I wanted her to get a John Gassner Award.
Oh, is that good?
Like this young playwright, and it was done just before the thing closed. It was this brilliant play. I love that. But I got to tell you that Make Believe was by Bess Wall. With one sentence, changed the entire narrative of the entire play and made you like, what? And Mark Savitt, everyone knows my curmudgeon-y critic, Mark Savitt, cried
Wow.
and was overcome.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Mark Savitt did not like The Miracle of Long John's, which is a play I'm very close to. So, you know, I want to see Mark Savitt cry, basically in terrible pain. But no, I kid. So let me ask you real quick, Eva, before we let you go and get on some other folks. But let me ask you, when would you go back to a theater if it were available? When would you set foot and be comfortable? Tomorrow? Next month? Next year? Would you?
I'm afraid to say anything because before it became a pandemic, I was all for keeping theaters open because I felt bad for my little people that were like, you know, finally getting their plays done. I mean, Seth Biesenhurst finally gets his plays done. He's doing virtual stuff, but finally. And then I've been looking forward to Peer Gynt, you know, Knit at Theater for a New Audience forever because I'm obsessed with Peer Gynt. And I didn't get to see it. I didn't see the West Side Story. I didn't see Molly Brown. I mean, I want to go back to the theater. You know that. And quite frankly, there's too much virtual theater out there. I'm exhausted. I'm seeing more theater than I do. I want to go back to the theater again. It'll be a vacation for me.
Well, the very theatrical Eva Heinemann. Oh, I love it. I love it, man. That's let's hope. Let's so maybe the theaters will open the small ones first, which is the ones you love to go to, and they'll figure out ways even before they get Broadway going, so that people like Eva.
I don't mind.
Yeah, and by the way, I say this probably every year, but if people still have that idea of critics being stodgy and curmudgeon like Mark Savitt is, but other than Mark Savitt, and being hating the theater and just looking for the flaws and looking at
no.
You are the opposite. Yeah.
No. I got to defend Mark. It's just Mark has his taste. I thank God for Mark because he goes see the dead baby plays, which I hate, and I don't like those depressing Greek tragedies and Shakespeare and all that. No, he hates Amelie. He hates happy-go-lucky stuff, which I love. So no. You need critics like Mark to offset critics like me.
Absolutely. I mean, but I'm thrilled that we do have critics like you, and I think again, you're kind of this person to hold up and say, this is someone who goes to the theater and critiques the theater because she loves it and lives for it, which is a lovely thing. So, Eva, you are a lovely thing. Let us remind people where they can see very quickly High Drama. First, you post them on YouTube on your channel, Heinemann with 2 N's on the end.
Eva Heinemann with 2 N's at the end.
And then go to Manhattan Neighborhood Network.
Right there.
Spectrum Cable.
Right next to me is my name. And then on every other Saturday, starting today, 1:30 to 2 o'clock, Channel 56 Spectrum, 83 RCN, FiOS 34, and www.mnn.org streaming.
Eva Heinemann, thank you. Stay healthy and
You
stay
too.
theatrical. Yeah. I'll never. No,
I made a cheesecake for Shavuos, by the way.
Ooh, yummy. Eva Heinemann, thanks so much. And we'll see you next year, God willing, in the neighborhood. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Oh, we got the heart thing. Here we go. There you go.
Oh,
Okay, I need you to click away.
There we go. Okay, leave meeting. God.
Bye-bye. Eva Heinemann! Wow. I should have had her on later in the show for all that energy, man, when I needed it. But gosh, we are in almost the end of the first hour of our 16th annual Dave's Gone By Total Theater Broadway special. Post what to the people? What? Her is her YouTube channel. Just tell them to go to Eva Heinemann's YouTube channel. It's really the best place to find her stuff. Anyway, we've got so much more to come. We've got many more theater critics like David Sheward, Joe Dziemianowicz, Brian Scott Lipton, Ed Rubin, Charlie Gross, Leslie Hoban Blake, and a non-critic but a fabulous actor named Louis J. Stadlen, two-time Tony nominee, will be with us. He'll be talking to Rabbi Sol Solomon. We'll have more trivia questions. What else we're going to? One of the reasons that this show used to be like 7 hours long for a while was that I started putting in music. I wanted to play show tunes. I can't really do that because of Facebook rules, and then when we post our shows on YouTube, we get flagged and muted, and it becomes a whole big legal problem. So I apologize that the one thing that we don't have in our special is music. But we've got music to our ears here, talking with us in the neighborhood on Dave's Gone By, all about the theater. I think we already have our next guest, so I'm going to table the timeline so that we can keep things rolling and talk to someone who I believe, the name is sort of different, but we do have a guest who wrote many, many years for the Daily News. He was their chief theater critic. Now he writes about arts and entertainment for Long Island in Newsday. But, well, you know what? We'll have him tell us. Let's make sure it's him. Getting ready to join. Let's hope it is. Yes, it is. Hello.
Good morning. Oh, hey, let me see if I could change this name. Am I on with you already, or am I in the waiting room?
No, you're on. When I click in to admit you, you got admitted because I wanted to get you on early. This is.
Hang on
I can change your name if you want.
I'm going to rename. I'm going to do it right now.
Okay, great.
Sorry, sorry guys if I'm.
No, it's fine. I
thought I was in the waiting
room. Yeah, no, we're all good. And now that is Joe, and if you don't know how to pronounce it, I totally understand. We're talking with Joe Dziemianowicz, former critic of the Daily News, but you're writing, and you also write for Theater News Online, which is really cool.
Yeah, I love it. Love working with Roger. Yeah, doing that. And yeah, it's been a crazy season.
But you're also writing now for Newsday, but not theater reviews, or what are you doing for them?
I do all sorts of feature things for them, and lifestyle features. I've been doing a lot of work on graduations and writing for Market Watch about various things, graduations, and all sort of COVID-19 related stories. So yeah, I'm covering a lot of different things. Theater writing right now is sort of a narrow window. Do you know what I mean? And I suppose that's the drama of writing about theater right now. Yeah.
Wait a minute, but when the pandemic ends, where will your stuff be? Well, New York Theater News, but
we'll see we'll have to see when we regroup, when it all happens, and what's still going. It is a pretty big question mark. You know what I mean?
Well, for now, you've been watching a lot of the Zoom shows, keeping in the game just by watching the stuff that I'm sure that the National Theater's been doing in London, as well as specific shows created for Zoom. And I'm wondering what one or two of your favorites that you've seen during the pandemic.
Well, I have to say that I think something that really kind of was a testament to the platform really working was, Michael Urie live from his living room doing Buyer and Seller, which was sort of that 2-camera piece that felt very much like you were doing the play. It was a play that I loved. Jonathan Tollins had done Buyer and Seller and took sort of a simple what-if scenario. What if Barbra Streisand hired somebody to work down in her basement, and turned it into a really funny, really smart, not even snarky, but just really smart piece about celebrity, about the cost and the benefits. And, I thought it worked really, really well. But and that was sort of felt like a very fully realized performance. But I have to say, of the pieces I've seen streaming, I think my favorite piece came in April, and I was watching. Again, I sort of was testing the water. How will this work? What will this be like? You know, we're used to seeing people on stage doing this in front of us. And I watched the Heidi Chronicles, where they had reunited that original cast. And I remarked to a fellow critic after it was done, I said, well, if I was on the fence about whether or not this could work, this really showed to me how well it can work. You know, for me, I had seen Heidi Chronicles in the revival with Elizabeth Moss and
Yeah,
Bryce
that was,
Pinkham, and
yeah.
it was, and watching it, you know, you always have this 2020 vision. That was a Pulitzer winner. You know, that's always the question mark that emerges, or the thought bubble that floats over my head most of the time. And I didn't think it quite worked, but watching Joan Allen, and I felt really lucky to get to see Joan Allen in a really good role. You know, I had, you know, I grew up upstate and I got to New York in 1988. So during that time, I was watching Joan Allen do things like The Contender, really good movies. And then I spent my time getting to see her in the Jason Bourne movies. Hadn't seen her on stage till I think she did that Jeremy Irons, you know, work with
I
Jeremy
like that
Irons.
play.
Impression. You liked the play?
Yes, I did. Yes,
You
I
did,
got
yeah.
the
You were one of the, you were an outlier, I think. I thought it was very wispy. And, you know, a play about, you know, sort of spotty, I guess would be the right word, of a play about an impressionist. But so it was really great to see her sink her teeth into a part that just fit her like a glove, I think. And I sort of love, I love Joan Allen. I think she's one of those actresses who's so no nonsense, so straightforward. Then getting to see Boyd Gaines, you know, and Stephen Friedman and Cynthia Nixon, right, was there, you know, not having to run back and forth. So I thought that that really showed how well the platform could work in sort of, it's a very intimate play, and the play sort of exists, I think, mostly for two great speeches. One where, you know, her friend talks about, you know, you're sort of this, you know, privileged woman, you know, worrying about this when there are all these men dying. But it also, the centerpiece is Heidi's speech to that graduating class. It just sort of, it, one might say it goes off the rails, but on the other hand, it just, I thought, was such a perfect speech about, you know, life is filled with all sorts of crazy stuff and unexpected things. And I thought the platform served that play really well.
Well, that's your favorite of what Zoom can do. I mean, because people who haven't seen one of these Zoom shows, they kind of wonder, how does it work? I mean, it's just people staring into a camera. How is that theater? But you kind of explained how it can be. It can be a very intimate visual experience. But I want to talk about experiences back in the day. Oh, it feels so long ago, when you walked into a playhouse and sat next to people and people sat next to you and you stared up at the stage and you saw something magical. What are one or two of the most magical things that you've ever seen?
It was just a matter of time before we were kind of missing Hog, you know, fighting for the armrest, you know. Yeah, no, it's funny when I looked at your piece, it was at the question, the sort of favorite moments. And so, God, there, I could go on and on. I mean, from the high school, you know, I grew up in Lake George, New York, and we always did a high school, we did a senior musical and junior play, and the year before my grade did Anything Goes. And I know this sounds probably goofy, but it sort of really established a love for theater, because the theater director was also sort of the social studies teacher, had doing I Get a Kick Out of You. You know, the entire stage was in motion, and suddenly everyone froze except Reno. And if you could imagine what that was like, you know, to this young sort of kid, you know, of course I'd seen theater, we'd taken field trips and that kind of thing, but I thought that was just so cool, because it worked on so many levels, just how theater can do two things at once or a lot more. And so that's just a very early memory, but I was thinking about them, and they sort of come in categories, the sort of getting to meet your hero. I love Maggie Smith, and, you know, and I love her. I think that her performance in the movie of The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie is just, you know, unsettlingly great. And I never got to see her on stage. She didn't do a whole lot of Broadway, like 4 shows, I guess it was. But I did get to see her it let us in Lovage, you know, which was sort of the lighter side. And so that was thrilling. This was it was 30 years ago. You know, just getting to see her on stage was one of those just great, great moments that, you know, getting to meet your hero. There she is. She walks, she talks, she moves, she makes you laugh, she makes, you know, so that was a great memory. More recently, I was reminded, just kind of going through my memory bank of moments that sort of stop you, you know, and just sort of lose yourself. I had seen August Osage County 3 times on Broadway. There were 3 different Violets. There was Deanna Dunnigan, who of course won the Tony, Estelle Parsons, who took it over, and then Felicia Rashad. But there was always only one Barbara, Amy Morton. And that second act dinner scene, which you saw, and that amazing family breakdown. But I'll never forget the first time that I heard, you know, Amy Morton roar, "I'm running things now." And, you know, the collective hush in the theater was just, I'll never forget it. And I have it amplified 3 times, so why would I forget it? But it's such an amazing moment. And I do remember how that line comes back to haunt her, because someone later in the play says, "Well, you said you're running things," you know, and when everything's going incredibly wrong. But that's another great moment of a great actress. And, you know, getting to see Tracy Letts on Broadway was just a great moment. You know, I'd seen Bug off Broadway, and you know, knew who he was, but that was kind of a great showcase for him, and really was just a great piece of theater. You know, sort of an old-fashioned family play, what it says about the American family, how we're broken, how we're possibly mending. It just had so many great things to say. But that particular line and that particular moment is kind of etched into my gray matter.
Well,
yeah.
Well, I mean, speaking of so many great things to say, we're talking with Joe Dziemianowicz. I do have to kind of wrap things up, but I want to just ask, and I may ask this question now of everybody, when would you feel comfortable walking back into a theater? Tomorrow, a year?
Yeah, this is, you know, probably virtually every conversation I have. I think I'll be ready when it's safe for the actors to be on stage, and, you know, the musicians to be in the pit. I think about how close they sit together.
Right.
So I think until then, you know,
I mean, should there be a vaccine, or is that beyond?
Yeah, I think that that's really going to be pivotal. I think that's what it's about. I think that's what it comes down to, because somebody has remarked this. I'm certainly not the first person to express this idea that, say we go back and somebody gets sick, that's going to be devastating. I don't know how you would come back from that. So that's what I'm worried about. I think it really has to, I think that, you know, T's need to be crossed, the I's need to be dotted, the shots need to be administered. I really do think that that's going to be important.
Okay. Well, it is important to me to at least celebrate Broadway as best we can under these times, and to talk to experts and again, people who love the theater in a critical but truly open and feeling way, like Joe Dziemianowicz. You can read his reviews, I mean the older ones, at theaternewsonline.com. It's also got a hard copy called New York Theater News. And you can also read his articles about Long Island, which you can find right now in Newsday and at newsday.com. Joe Dziemianowicz, stay healthy. And God willing, we'll talk about a whole lot more theater a year from now on Dave's Gone By. Thanks so
Dave. See ya.
See ya. Bye-bye. You are watching the 16th annual Total Theater Broadway special here in the neighborhood with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and adorable wife, Joyce, our posters of all the shows that did open on Broadway this past season. So that's what we're getting to before our next guest. We have our Broadway timeline of every show that did manage to open in 2019, 2020. Well, we stopped with a show I didn't like called The Height of the Storm. Let us get to a show that I quite did, and I was in the minority, I have to say, on this one, a political play that is called The Great Society. And as you can imagine, it's all about LBJ. Now, this is the second in a proposed trilogy of plays by Pulitzer-winning author Robert Schenkkan. He did his first show a couple of years ago called All the Way, and it started just after John F. Kennedy was shot, and LBJ, the vice president, suddenly finds himself, oh my God, how do I grow into this role that I never expected to have? And then trying to implement some liberal democratic ideals. Well, he gets to the point at the end of that first play, All the Way, which starred Bryan Cranston when that was on Broadway a couple of years ago. Now LBJ has power. Now he's established himself as the president of the United States. Now it's really time to get the so-called liberal agenda going. Yeah, and shore up people and get people in line and go down to the South and make them, yeah, and fine. It's all very difficult stuff. All the Way had a lot to do with the Civil Rights Act that he just pushed hell and high water to pass.
Lisa says you're looking sharp today.
Who says?
Lisa Arana.
Oh, thank you, Lisa. So this play now, he's ready to get going, except a couple of things stand in the way. First of all, the racial polarization, amazingly enough, was even worse than it is now in America. And also a little problem a few thousand miles away called Vietnam that just starts eating up his time, and then America's money, because there was a surplus at one point, and then worst of all, his psyche, his persona. He becomes a paranoid, embittered man before even the end of his presidency. And we see that arc, and I think it's portrayed beautifully in the play, in the narrative. And also Brian Cox, even though he is not as personable a JFK as Bryan Cranston was, Cox certainly takes that arc of, you know, determinism and hope to resignation and even a bit of despair. And then I really am looking forward. I hope it is ready, and I hope in a year or two we'll get to see the third part of the JFK narrative that Robert Schenkkan is writing. So that was The Great Society on Broadway this year. It ran from early October until the end of November. It was a Lincoln Center Theater production at the Vivian Beaumont Theater. And then came a show, hold your ears, you're not going to want to hear this, a show years ago that was conceived by a couple of people, Anthony Veneziali, Thomas Kail, and Lin-Manuel Miranda. My wife, I don't know why she has this anathemic reaction to anything Lin-Manuel Miranda. But before he did Hamilton, I think probably after he did his other big musical, which unfortunately I'm blanking on at the moment, they created something called Freestyle Love Supreme, which was improv, but improv where the people had to rap based on audience suggestions and things going on. So they actually, because Lin-Manuel Miranda is who he is, they were able to bring Freestyle Love Supreme to Broadway, and it opened at the Booth Theater on October 2nd. And actually, yeah, he was working on this 20 years ago, so it was long before he had any Broadway success, and it apparently did pretty well on Broadway for being such a unique and youth-oriented kind of show. And then our guest, Joe Dziemianowicz, was just talking about the playwright Tracy Letts and how he's also an actor. He was in Who Was Afraid of Virginia Woolf a few years ago, but he had a new play on Broadway. It was called Linda Vista, a dark comedy, Dexter Bullard doing the direction on that, and Ian Barford, the lead actor, he played a character named Wheeler, someone who is almost a loser by choice. He just keeps making the wrong decisions for his life. He works in a camera fix-it shop, like, you know, not Instamatics, but like these old-fashioned Leica cameras that he fixes. So you can imagine just how much business he gets. He's just divorced, and in the play he meets this really terrific woman. Doesn't really deserve her necessarily, but he's good to her to an extent until he meets another girl. And she's young and she's kind of sexy and she just turns his head and he becomes a jerk to everything and everybody. The play is both sympathetic and unflinching about the male psyche, and I'm glad I saw it. It was called Linda Vista. And the only bad part is that Tracy Letts was supposed to have another play open in the spring. It's called The Minutes, and we're hoping that that will be one of the shows that will come in when Broadway reopens. Now, speaking of things that are coming in, we have our next guest coming into the neighborhood. He is a longtime theater critic and editor. He used to be an editor at Backstage. Now he is a writer for TheaterLife.com, and also, we'll ask him. Oh, here he is. Oh, look at that is a wall.
Yes.
That is a backdrop. David Sheward, how are you? Yeah.
This looks pretty good too. Good morning.
Well, my wife put this panoply together of all the shows that opened this past year. Behind David Sheward, you will see a bunch of Nicholas Nickleby, Forbidden Broadway. I see As Is. What's next to As Is?
Steel Pier.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Quilters.
Really?
Quilters.
Quilters.
10 by Tennessee.
Yeah.
Broadway, which closed out of town. Crazy for You by Terrence McNally, by the way. It later became It's Only a Play.
Ah, okay.
The 10th Man. Pirates of Penzance is up there. Hurly Burly. I was an usher for that show, that championship season.
Is that company up on the right? No, what is that one up on the right in the pink?
The purple one, that is Perfectly Frank, which was a review of Frank Lester's songs.
I take it you like theater, David.
Oh, yes.
I take it you appreciate theater. He's, by the way, I didn't mention that you're also an author. You wrote a book about George C. Scott called The Rage and the Glory. Before that, you had also contributed to some books about the big book of Broadway show business awards.
Yeah, the big book of show business awards. I wrote it. It's just me.
Oh, it was just you, yeah. And what else? Are you working on another book? Have you have another book in the pipeline? Or
not at the moment. Not at the moment.
What are you working on at the moment? Do you review
at the moment, there's no theater, so
right.
I'm actually now to earn my daily bread. I'm a high school teacher, but I am still writing reviews when there are theater, and for as you mentioned. TheaterLife.com, and also a website called CulturalWeekly.com.
Oh, CulturalWeekly.com. Okay.
CulturalWeekly.com. And right now I'm reviewing what's streaming, because there's no live theater.
Well, that brings up the question of the shows that you've been reviewing and seeing, streamed and Zoomed and all of that. What have been one or two of your absolute faves?
Well, my favorite, I think, was Richard Nelson's play, What Do We Need to Talk About?, which was a continuation of his Apple Family series. A few years ago, he started writing plays about this fictional family in upstate New York. And each play took place on an important political event. Like one night, the first play, I believe, took place during the midterms after Obama's first term. And the last play and various elections and whatever was happening at the time, the family was dealing with it. So this play is a continuation of that, and it was actually a Zoom play as we are talking now, and the conceit was each of the members of the family, it was four adult siblings, and the boyfriend of one of them, and how they're coping with the current COVID situation. And it was very relevant and very this is what's happening right now. And the public theater put it on, and the actors performed it from their homes as we are doing now. And it was a wonderful 70-minute sort of dissection of how we're living right now.
Wow. And people should know, I think they're still available. All four of the Gabriel plays, I think they're called, are available through PBS through the end of June, where you can see the other three at the public theater. You can actually watch the staging as it was in front of an audience per se. And then the fourth one was Zoom only, and they're all still, I think, watchable for free. Just go out there on your web and get it.
Yeah, there are three about the Apple family.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The three about the Apple family, and there's another three about the Gabriel family.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Which is another family in the same town, and this fourth one is about the Apples.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I get confused, and I should, because Richard Nelson was a guest on this show. He's a friend of the neighborhood, as is J.O. Sanders, who appears in all the shows. So
and he plays roles in both of them, both the Apples and the
That's why it's confusing too. I think it's the same family.
He was. I mean, he played a different person in each family.
Anyway, moving on to the giant, broader family of theater. And
Mm-hmm.
you've been doing this for what, 40? I'm not going to age you, but 40 plus years now?
What year is this? Around.
Around.
I
So-
moved to
No,
the
please.
mid 80s.
Oh, actually, I was going to ask the wrong question. Forgive me. The question I wanted to ask you, though, is for this season, what has been your favorite, whether it's on Broadway or off Broadway?
Okay.
What rocked your world?
Well, I really think it was really interesting because it was a truncated season, a much shorter season. But I would say the production of West Side Story, which opened about just a few weeks before all the theaters closed down. And this production by Ivo van Hove, the Belgian-Dutch director, who's quite revolutionary. His A View from the Bridge won a Tony Award. He also did Network on Broadway. And his works are very deconstructing things, taking them apart and presenting like the bare essence. And some people think they're a little too radical and weird. But this West Side, and some people had some problems with this West Side Story. It used video quite a bit. The back of the theater were these enormous, huge video screens. And at first that was kind of distracting. But gradually it sort of fit in with the story, and I thought it was very compelling and very real. A few people thought it was sacrilege to, and I believe it's the first time on Broadway that West Side Story has been presented without Jerome Robbins' original choreography.
Did that bother you, or
no, not at all. See, a lot of people on the chat boards and the websites were saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. In other words, Jerome Robbins' choreography worked, and therefore it should never be done any other way, ever, which I find kind of ridiculous. It's like saying, well, Hamlet isn't broke. Why present it differently? Why present any of Shakespeare differently? We have to, a lot of people were quite scandalized by the season before's Oklahoma, which was really,
further out there.
Brought the sexuality to the
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it brought the sexuality to the surface. And this West Side Story, I thought, was very immediate, very real. It had some strange, bizarre qualities, which some people objected to. The Jets and the Jets, who were traditionally all white, were interracial. The Sharks against the Sharks, who were all Hispanic. And I think, and it kept Arthur Lawrence's dialogue, which was very 1950s, but it was set in 2020. Like when when Officer Krupke comes out, all the kids whip out their iPhones.
Right. Which I can only imagine if we didn't have the pandemic right now.
Yeah.
If they did that on a school matinee. No. I mean, they would have to stop the show for about 3 minutes when he pulls the camera out in front of the cop. And so, our friend here, I'm just going to tape this while you're doing it.
That makes it very, very relevant. And it's sort of like you're presenting, it would be as if you were presenting Shakespeare now, and you had an interracial cast, and that would not be shocking or anything. So it's like they're taking West Side Story is a classic, and he's presenting it in a different context. And I thought it was very relevant and very different and very moving. And I found the performances were really wonderful, and I thought it was very fresh, which is what West Side Story was when it opened in 1957.
Right.
Which, interestingly, it lost the Tony Award to The Music Man, a very traditional show. So West Side Story has always been shaking things up, radical, offering a different, very frightening look at things. And theater should be frightening. It should scare you. It should shake you up. And I think some people who say, oh, you should never touch it, leave it alone, don't do anything to it, they want to be comforted. And theater is supposed to be scary. And that's why it's kind of disheartening that we don't have any right now in this very frightening time.
Yeah. Well,
it'll be interesting when it comes back, and it will eventually, to see what the response will be, what the plays will be about Trump and about COVID and about this moment. Now,
actually, if Broadway wants people to come into the theaters, they're gonna have to do Annie, and they're gonna have to do Christmas Carol, and they're gonna have to Barefoot in the Park, just to bring
Well,
the producers, revive the producers with Nathan Lane and Matthew Broderick, and people will come, and then they can bring in slave play, and then they can bring in, radicalized versions of The King and I, or something like that.
It's interesting. Slave Play is right behind you, and that was another really scary,
Yeah, that was out there. Yeah.
frightening, difficult play. And it's it's weird. We normally are talking. We would be talking about who's going to win for the Tony Awards, and would Slave Play be in the running?
It would be in the running. I think Inheritance would have been a lock. I mean, they may still have Tony Awards.
Yes.
Months down the line. So would you say Inheritance or Slave Play for Tony for play?
Oh,
if we had one right now.
When there are the Tonys, and if they're probably going to combine between those, Inheritance, definitely. That's, but I think that eventually when the Tonys come back, they're going to have to combine the truncated season with whatever opens in the new season. And we'll have this very weird hybrid.
Okay.
The drama desks were supposed to be last week, and they got postponed because of the situation with the protests. And we'll see what eventually. I mean, eventually it'll be shown, and we'll hear what they have to say.
Oh, but I didn't even tell people. You're still a high mucky muck on the drama. You were the head of the drama desk for a couple of years, right?
I was the president of the drama desk, and now I am a voting member of the drama desks.
Got it. Voting member.
I also vote for the New York Drama Critics Circle Awards, and we had our meeting on Zoom, and like this, and our awards were presented on Zoom, and that went to what did that go to? That went to Heroes of the Fourth Turning.
Right. If you weren't listening, about Joe Dziemianowicz was talking about that show and saying how special that one was. So
that won Best Play, and Strange Loop got Best Musical.
Well, we've got a loop to our no, that's a terrible segue. David Sheward, it's a pleasure. You look great, by the way, and congratulations on the teaching gig, because that's as important, almost as important as theater. Oh, not quite.
Yes, well,
shape the minds. That's the generation that will have to go to the theater in 10, 20, 30 years. So please do. And thank you so much for being with us on our special our special Broadway broadcast. Thank you, David Sheward.
Thank you so much for having me.
Stay healthy.
Bye-bye.
On the 16th annual day, applause. Thanks for reminding me. Aren't we having a fabulous time talking to such smart, caring people about such a wonderful forum, the theater? You're watching the Broadway special here, the edition of Dave's Gone By. It happens to be our 749th episode of the show. We're live on this Saturday, June 6th, 2020. We'll be here until about 12:30 in the afternoon with more critics. We've got Louis J. Stadlen coming up. Maybe I'll do that while Louis J. Stadlen is on, because I won't be talking to him. Rabbi Sol Solomon will be. As a matter of fact, yes, let's bring Louis on. All pretenses down. This was pre-taped earlier in the week, but we're very excited that this Broadway actor, two-time Tony nominee, a guy who was in Laughter on the 23rd floor. So, I'm getting messages from the missus. They're coming to me, like the great Carsoni. Turn off. Yes, I will. So first, I'm going to turn off my video for now. I'm hoping I won't, so stop video as opposed to, it doesn't say turn off, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, just bring in.
Bring in this is pre-tape, so forgive me if there's a little bit of technical whatever.
Share screen.
Share, with.
Go back to Zoom.
So do that first before I bring up the thing?
Mm-hmm. Go back to
Okay, I'm gonna bring these all down. La 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 la.
Get into Zoom.
Oh no, I brought the wrong thing down. Excuse me, folks. So I'm still learning the territory here. I'm going to open that up first to get that open, and then we can pause it and pull it. Okay, good. And then going back to Zoom.
Share screen.
And there's the share screen. Do it. Hit that.
Mm-hmm.
And hit my this.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm sharing the screen with Rabbi Sol Solomon and, but I didn't turn off my camera, did I? Doesn't matter. Here's Rabbi Sol and Louis Stadlen. And we are back on the 16th annual Total Theater Broadway show. Very, very excited to have with us someone who knows quite a bit about Broadway. He's a two-time Tony nominee, and he has been, just the resume alone is exceptional. He was in the original Sunshine Boys with Jack Albertson and Sam Levine. He was in the female version of The Odd Couple with Sally Struthers and Rita Moreno and our friend in the neighborhood, Jenny O'Hara, and some unknown actor named Tony Shalhoub was in that as well. He was in a bunch of shows with a person we are going to ask about, Nathan Lane, including Laughter on the 23rd Floor, The Nance, 45 Seconds from Broadway, a Tony-nominated turn in a funny thing happened on the way to the forum, and there's this musical, I don't know if anybody remembers it, but he was in a show called The Producers that was on Broadway for a few years. It came and went, but he was in it. This fella is Louis J. Stadlen. He was in movies too, including Serpico and The Verdict and Portnoy's Complaint, of all things. He was on TV in Benson and The Sopranos and Smash. He was in the Broadway musical The People in the Picture, but I have known this man for about 35 years now because he was in a little off-Broadway musical called Olympus on My Mind, back when it was at a place called the Actors Outlet on West 28th Street, where Tada has had its home for many, many years. And it was just this very fun, very cute, lovely little musical, and I was not in it. I was helping run the box office, of all things, one of my first jobs right out of school. And I just remember the whole cast was incredibly talented. I mean, you had Martin Vidnovic in there and Faith Prince, but you also had Louis J. Stadlen, who was funny and nice, and I've never forgotten that. And we haven't forgotten him at all because Louis J. Stadlen is with us for our Tony show. And welcome, and how are you?
I'm very well, but since you mentioned Portnoy's Complaint, I would like to get all of the Prince movie and burn it. I am so terrible in that movie. One of those blinking performances as a young man. But I was good in all the other things that you mentioned.
Every single other thing on your resume or at IMDb, you're great in. But the one that I mentioned, the one with Richard Benjamin, and who was in that with you guys? Well, do you have any Portnoy's Complaint stories?
No, I'm sorry I brought it up. No.
Okay.
I wish you hadn't said it, and yet I led the interview with it. So please, let's move on. Transition from Portnoy's Complaint.
Well, we're going to talk mostly about the theater, but since we started kind of a little bit with film, any stories about doing Serpico with Al Pacino and company?
Well, yes, most certainly. First of all, Sidney Lumet, who I also did The Verdict with, was a great director, one of the best directors I've ever worked with. Serpico was a situation in which he gave us maybe one or two takes because he wanted the texture of the film to appear almost like it was the evening news. What I was aware of was that I had two scenes with Pacino and Tony Roberts, and Pacino's intensity, even though I had 90% of the dialogue in those scenes, it was basically backing me off my chair. And then when I would turn to Tony Roberts, my body would go,
Well, that's what made him a star and continues to make him an exceptional star.
He was great.
And a very different kind of charisma. You did work with Paul Newman in, as you said, The Verdict. Any Paul Newman-y stories?
Absolutely. I have one real good Verdict story. Sidney Lumet directs movies well, he's gone now, but when he directed movies, you would rehearse it like a play. And we went down to the Michael Bennett Studios, I think, 81 or whenever that film was made. And I had this great scene that just ended up as a tracking shot. I played a character named Dr. Gruber. And he convinces Paul Newman to take the case because the people that he should sue screwed up. I have almost all the dialogue. Turned out to be a great tracking shot when we did it at the City Hall in Boston, which was supposed to be a hospital. We're walking, I'm doing the scene, and we're walking around this studio that you would rehearse a play in. And sitting on the sidelines watching is Charlotte Rampling and James Mason and Jack Warden, you know, because we're running through it like a play, right? And I'm supposed to be walking, and Paul Newman is following me. But I'm very, you know, respectful of Paul Newman. And I'm not make eye contact with him. I don't want to get too far ahead of him. And it's driving Sidney Lumet crazy. And he said, no, you don't understand. You're a famous doctor. He's a drunk. You got places to go. Don't look back at him. Just keep walking. Just keep walking. Well, I was, you know, so respectful that took me a couple of times to do it. And then he took me aside. This is Sidney Lumet. And he said, this is the situation. When you leave him here, you are going to get into a Jaguar and you're going to go over the Charles River and you're having an affair with a young intern. You have 2 hours to be with her and get back for your next big operation. And I never looked back at Paul Newman again.
That's why Sidney Lumet was a fabulous director. Is that also what makes the difference between whether it's film or theater? A really great director and someone who's a journeyman or not such a wonderful director. What is it? Is it just that they give you the right thing you need to go at that very minute?
Well, a good director gives you active direction. You see, that's a prime example of him creating a subtext and saying there's urgency here. You have to get going. That is active. When a director starts talking bullshit and, you know, making metaphorical references like you're just like a meteorite, you know, flying through space. Well, you can't. That doesn't help.
That's hard to play.
Yeah. But then there are directors who have strengths and weaknesses who I would classify as good directors. Some of them don't know the vocabulary of how to communicate with an actor. They don't know the acting vocabulary. I find that very frustrating. However, some of them have a wild imagination in which they create the world. They conceptualize the play in a very, very talented fashion. Jerry Robbins was that way. Jerry Robbins hired Jerry Friedman to work with the actors because he knew that breaking down scenes was not his strong suit. So he had enough humility to know that. Not every ex-choreographer has that humility, let me tell you.
And people don't necessarily know that. I mean, you've been in a couple of musicals, including Olympus on My Mind. And it's interesting that people might not think of you. They think of you as comedy. They'll see you as maybe Groucho because your first big Broadway show was Minnie's Boys, where you played Groucho Marx. And did it take a while to break the thing of people just typecasting you or seeing you as like a Groucho-esque character, or was that your entree? You were thrilled.
I'm wildly oversensitive about it, and I declined many opportunities to be Groucho Marx in the movies, in TV a couple of times. Groucho wouldn't allow anybody else to play him but me while we were alive. He was alive. We had a unique friendship, and I had to tell him, Groucho, you are the guy. You're the genius. I'm just somebody who is imitating you, and I understand you, and I'm flattered. But I've got to create my own essence, so that people don't think that I'm just somebody who they found under a rock who can imitate Groucho Marx.
Well, now I have to ask about this. But I mean, I had Dick Cavett on here a couple of years ago, and he had some Groucho stories. If you had a friendship of sorts with Groucho, please tell us a Groucho Marx story.
Well, he was just great to me, and he would find me in every when I would do plays. He would see me in every play, and he always came backstage. And this is a little. It's not exactly, it's politically incorrect, but he would say, he'd say to me, I played Harry the Hoofer in The Time of Your Life, starring Henry Fonda. And Harry the Hoofer was a part that was originated by Gene Kelly. It was a dancing part. And Groucho came in to the dressing room and he said, you dance very well for a faggot. And every single time he would see me in a play, he would come back and he would say, you know, you act very well for a faggot.
Okay, and then, we'll be thrown off Facebook for this, but I don't care. And by the way, you got it. I thought Gilbert Gottfried did the best old Groucho, but you're still like old Groucho before he gets senile. That's the perfect attitude, the perfect.
Groucho was never senile. Groucho had a series of debilitating strokes. And here's a good Groucho story. There was a period of time in which I would avoid him when I'd be in LA, he would find me usually, you know, and my wife at the time said, you're making a great mistake. You should feel privileged that Groucho wants to be with you. But he was so infirmed that it depressed the shit out of me, basically. Well, I went to Los Angeles to do something, and he found me, and he invited me to his grandson's, I think, 25th birthday. This is Arthur Marx's son. And Groucho had had a stroke, and so he had learned to play the piano now with his left hand. And he entertained, as he always did, in the room that they had in this beautiful house. We're all sitting around, and he's singing, you know, peasy weezy, peasy weezy, peasy. Well, he wore down like an old clock. And after a while, we all went to the dining room. All I can tell you is the birthday boy was treated like he was a pariah. Such familial cruelty you have never seen in your life. It was so embarrassing. They just kept making him sound like he was, you know, a complete failure. And it was just awful. And I'm sitting there with my wife, and it's like, how do we get out of here? This is horrible. And Groucho, who after he did his final peasy wheezy, hadn't said anything for about 25 minutes. And he was sitting at the front of the table. And when the cruelty got to the point where it was totally unbearable, Groucho went, and ended it. And that was the last thing. He was stroked out.
Well, there's a funny Groucho story. No, that's horrible. I mean, I didn't realize there was such a.
But I don't think it's horrible. I think that the reason I told the story is that as infirmed as he was, and how everybody was kind of ignoring him, he was still a person of prominence in that family, to the point where he was the one that said enough is enough, even though he couldn't say it.
Well, I mean, it was so powerful when you did it that actually the Zoom froze for like 2 seconds. I literally lost the feed there for a moment. It was like, boom, and then everything stopped. So that was super powerful.
Yes,
but here's one more intro before we get to more. Actually, this is a theater question, because you're talking all this stuff about Groucho Marx, but you also did a one-man show about S.J. Perlman. How much of the Marx Brothers and the scripting and the feeling of that was Groucho, and how much of it was S.J. Perlman?
I didn't quite hear what you were saying, but you're asking me about S.J. Perlman and the show?
And also of how much, I mean, that we credit to Groucho for the lines, for the dialogue, for the acting.
Well, I think he wrote one screenplay, which was Monkey Business. He didn't write it. Kaufman wrote a lot of them. Murray Riskin wrote a lot of them. I didn't get. I was hired to play S.J. Perlman in this one-person show, which was the loneliest experience of my life. I didn't really get on, and I was thinking, you know, well, he came from Rhode Island. He had apparently a thick Rhode Island accent. And we tried the play out at the University of Indiana. And I got on the stage. I didn't really know what I was going to do, which is not like me at all. And I thought, this is just a charm show, Louis. Just the material is funny for the most part. And I played women. I would be acting out his short stories, and I played a lot of his women, which of course he has a very complicated relationship with. That was the best part of my performance, was being the women in S.J. Perlman's life.
Are you honest about your acting, or hypercritical, or, you're obviously not rose-colored glasses about your own performances, because you criticize now too, both on film and in theater, of your own work. When you're doing it, do you self-criticize? Do you look back and go, ugh? Or, how do you look at your own work?
I don't like seeing myself in movies. I've done 14 movies, but I never became accomplished at it because I never had parts big enough, really. I had two of those of the 14. But, they say that a really good movie actor reveals his soul to the camera. The way I act, I never felt comfortable, and but I became an accomplished stage actor. That's what I really do well. It's a question of, you see some of these movie stars, you can barely hear them when you're standing next to them, when you're acting with them. They know that the camera worships them, and camera never worshiped me. In terms of what you said about being hypercritical, I think I put myself in the audience watching what's going on and saying, I ain't buying that, that was certainly the way I felt when I was asked to do the first thing, really, which was Groucho. I thought, I would be the first person to be pissed off at somebody who gives a caricatured impression of Groucho Marx. So I did something much better. It was a kind of incantation of him. I put clues together, and I started off just as a angry kid at 14, and then all of a sudden I found Groucho-isms that had to do with the scene I was doing, so that it didn't come across as a cigar wagging. I wasn't playing Otis B. Driftwood. I was playing Groucho Marx. Now, I'm at the age now that I know when a performance is not up to snuff. But if you have to do it 8 times a week, I'm good enough to fool people, even when my concentration isn't at its greatest. But yeah, I'll walk off the stage and go, oh, you certainly had better nights, but
well, let me
give me enough.
I will throw it to you then. What would you say is a night in your stage career when you floated through and you floated off the stage and you never captured that moment again, but it was that 2 hours?
It happens in every show. It's once. It's if you're lucky. Not in every show. I played Horace Van de Gelder in the National Company of Hello Dolly, and Betty Buckley was Dolly, and I was Van de Gelder, you see. And we did it 338 times. But I remember a night in which I had a night and a half of this, in which all of a sudden the muse takes over, and there's a sense of being alive in the moment that merges with the technical and the intellectual, and line readings just come out differently. It's a feeling of nirvana, and it doesn't happen very often.
And could you say that night everybody felt it, or
no.
Maybe you have that night and somebody else is having a normal night?
I don't know other people. I'm not in their heads. I trust that they're doing their jobs very well. I mean, you're in a scene. I'm in a scene with Betty at the end of the play. And all of a sudden I realized that the way I have said things in the past has been altered on this evening, even though it's succeeding at what the other performance is too. But it's free. It's as if you are being inhabited by the muse, by the universe.
Well, we are being inhabited by the muse of Louis J. Stadlen. And I have to say, I unfortunately have not had a chance to read your book, but you did write a memoir a couple of years ago called Acting Foolish, which is available from Bear Manor Media Books. And
get it on Amazon.com. You can get,
all the usual places. I did get a quick chance to skim the very beginning where you say something good and bad, about Mickey Rooney. And I want you to elaborate on your relationship with him, because you say he was the best and the worst person ever. Explain.
Well, I'm really glad you brought that up, because I was watching him in the Human Comedy on Turner Classics, I think yesterday afternoon. He was so brilliant. And I really feel honored, because I think that I've worked with two people who I would consider geniuses. One was Agnes de Mille, and the other was Mickey. Now, the idea that Mickey was also kind of he never matured beyond 12 years of age.
Do any men? Well, no, okay, but yeah. I said, do any men, really? I mean, I'm barely 40.
He really didn't. I'm telling you, it's different between, being immature. Mickey was insane, but he was a wonderful insane, a wonderful crazy. And this is my story. First of all, I did the Sunshine Boys with him and Donald O'Connor. Donald O'Connor was this, very, very by the book, learned all of his lines. When you're his age, I know because I'm his age, I'm older now. The words, more important, more stressful, more worrisome. Mickey never learned any of the lines. It was his adaptation of the Sunshine Boys, and he was absurd in it. And yet, this is what happened. First of all, it was off stage where he would do these incredible imitations of everybody in Hollywood. That was so entertaining. I said to him, I think maybe the third performance, I said, Mickey, you got to learn the play sequentially. We can't be doing stuff from the second act in the first scene. At any rate, it was my birthday. We were in Fort Lauderdale. This was a 16-week tour. We were in Fort Lauderdale at the Parker Playhouse. And Mickey is just taking a dump on the stage. I mean, he doesn't know where he is. Doesn't know what he's saying. And we get to the second, and I'm furious at him. And we get to the second, last scene where he's had a heart attack. And it's a mawkish scene from the Sunshine Boys, but it's a good scene. And he's weeping. I looked at him and I thought, Mickey Rooney, you're working with Mickey Rooney. Throw out the book on this and just embrace the insanity that is Mickey Rooney. And I have to tell you, for the rest of the time, I had a ball, and I knew that Neil Simon was smart enough not to come and see it.
Oh, my goodness, that's the ghost of Mickey Rooney tweaking you and saying,
it's the, we're, shutting down the city at 8 o'clock.
Oh, that's right. I will ask you not to go rioting tonight or tomorrow night. By the end of the week or next week, you can riot a little bit, but how have you been holding up during the past, 2.5 months I assume you have an apartment in New York or something, or wherever, or in Jersey or somewhere. I mean, how have you been managing? How's it been going?
I have my good days and I have my bad days. I'm sure like everybody else. I, so far have not gotten sick, so that's good. I speak to friends, but I'm alone. And I really haven't had any live interpersonal contact with anybody since March 7th. So that's taking its toll, but there are a lot of people a lot worse off than me.
So you don't even go shopping? You have it brought
No, you go shopping. I go shopping.
Oh, so a little bit. You're out of.
A little bit. Yeah.
Wow. Are you missing terribly being up on stage, or is that kind of?
No, I'm not at all. It's interesting. I'm 73 years old.
Yeah.
I love everything about the theater. I love the dressing rooms. I love the people. I love the rehearsal. I love everything. The smell of it. I love that more than the actual acting at this stage of my life. Now, maybe I'm pausing things, but I'm supposed to do Willie Loman in Death of a Salesman at a regional theater in Michigan. Well, of course, it's been put off. I want to do that. I hope I'm not, I don't think you could do it when you're 80. But I want to do that. And if some, if Nathan Lane or the directors who I've had successful relationships with say, we want you to be in this play, and I read it and I think it's worthwhile, I'll do it, I'm sure. But I'm not going to be proactive at this stage of the game. I don't want to do TV. I don't want to do it.
Wow, I mean, you're 73, you're not 93, but still, I think you have this settled, you're okay, even if you never really act again?
I can't say that. I'm just, I'm telling you now in a pandemic, of course, nobody's getting many auditions these days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, my frame of mind is that, and I've always been picky, but I'm in a position in which I don't have to work unless, yeah, it all goes kaflooey.
Well, let's
smaller. Parts get smaller too. It's interesting when you get older. Before I did Vandergeller, all these TV shows or whatever, it was like, would you audition for Morris Abramowitz, Grandpa Morris, who was in the early stages of dementia? Well, that's not anything that interests me that much, unless it's a masterpiece and I'm part of a successful cog, but at any rate, that's the way I feel. But who knows?
Well, let's make believe that call that you just got on your telephone was actually from Nathan Lane saying, Willis, guess what? I'm doing blah, blah, blah. What is it? How did you develop that?
I'm saying, that's
you froze there, but the question is, how did you develop that long-standing rapport where you're kind of a team? Not all the time. It's not like you were in Angels in America playing the angel, but still, and a lot of things he's in, you're in. How did that come about?
I think that the reason why we have great mutual respect for one another, which is very important, and we recognize that we're privileged to be acting with somebody who's as good as both of us are. I met him. We did a John Guare play at Williamstown called Moon Over Miami. That was in 1987. That was the first time. He was very influential in convincing Jerry Zaks to give me the role of Nathan Detroit in the National Company of Guys and Dolls. And from then on in, I've worked a lot with Jerry Zaks, and I've worked a lot with Nathan. And, Nathan, I had to audition for Laughter on the 23rd Floor. But after that, it's like Nathan wants you.
Well, you've seen his process. I mean, he's obviously the most, you aside, the most special comic actor that we have. So what makes him special? You watched him work. How does it develop? Is it there at the table read? Or does it take a couple of weeks? Is he off book quickly? What's his?
He's the first one who's off book. It's a real pain in the ass. You're sitting, and he always has the biggest part, and he's got it all memorized. But that's great, because you realize early on that he's demanding so much of himself, and he has the most responsibility, especially since he's selling the seats on a lot of these occasions. So everybody gets up to snuff very quickly. He's just a brilliantly talented man. He has perfect comic pitch. He is a man who he's a serious person. So he's hooked into a lot of comedy comes from pain. And he's just a person who is super talented. He's just a great actor.
Can I ask, I mean, you're known for comedy. Are you dealing with pain or all those past few decades? Are you, did your comedy come out of pain? It's a fair question.
Okay, pain. Absurdity, the absurdity of things, how people treat one another, the flaws that people, this is the way I act, you see. I find the character's flaw, biggest flaw, whether it's fatal or not. It's usually a comedy, it's usually not fatal. But a big flaw that's holding this person's back and is defining him, all right? And when I find that, I just hammer away at it all night. And that makes me funny because it's always a character who, he's a know-it-all, or he's miserly, or he's a Republican, or whatever. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen your Facebook posts and stuff. Yeah, you're political. There's no question about that. But also, and you were getting into the business to begin with. Was it because your dad was doing voiceover work and you saw that as being kind of glamorous, or that had nothing to do with it? Were your folks with your wanting to be in this profession?
I was not succeeding at anything until I was about 14 years old. And my mother who loved the theater, realized that I had a creative bent. And her twin brother, Cy Chasler, was the editor of Red Book magazine. And someone on his staff found an arts camp. It was called Grey Gables Theater Workshop. And all of a sudden I realized that I guess I was good at something because girls were more interested in me. And that became very important. And basically that's the reason why I got into show business.
When you're 14, there's nothing more important, or 24, or anyway, that's true. That's and not to get too personal, and you can totally push this away. But you had mentioned that you're alone, living alone at this point. Your friends, I think you mentioned before the interview that you're friends with a woman who's your ex, or you're separated, or something like that. But is there someone you would be with if there was a pandemic right now, or what?
If what? I didn't get the last part of it.
Is there someone that you would normally be hanging with if there weren't a pandemic for the last 2 months?
Well, I'd be seeing my friends. I wouldn't be feeling that I was, quarantined. There are not that many people that I find that interesting, but I have a good circle of friends, and, I'd be out and about. It's just being alone, and the constrictions that they put on an apartment house is like, you have to go down and pick up the paper. They won't put it at your doorstep. We're living in a tragic time, actually. Hopefully we'll all get by.
As we say, I'll abide. We should. But I would be remiss if before we leave Louis J. Stadlen for this conversation, if I didn't ask some stuff about the elephant in the room, the producers, what it was like when you realized that it wasn't just good, and it wasn't just a hit, but it was some kind of weird, sui generis juggernaut. Was there a moment when you realized, oh my God, this is, beyond what anybody conceived?
No, you're too romantic. First of all, I had done a movie with Mel Brooks. I was very happy to get the gig. I was petrified because Nathan had lost his voice. So I went to a singing teacher, and I thought, Nathan missed a lot in New York, and I'm taking that out on the road. And it was a great challenge, and I thought that it was clever and fun. But it's not Guys and Dolls. It's not My Fair Lady.
Sure. Very.
It was a sociological phenomenon. Yeah. It was a sociological phenomenon for about 2 years, and we felt that. For the first 6 months of the tour, I would say. But after a while, it's hard work, is what it is.
Well, do you have a particularly great or funny, wonderful memory of a specific night, or maybe people that you met within the course of doing that show, or a Mel Brooks story, or Meehan story, Thomas Meehan story, just some great producer's anecdote?
I have plenty to say about Mel Brooks, but none of it's particularly complimentary. He's a genius, but he's a bully, and I felt my life was certainly made more interesting and affirmed working with somebody of his brilliant intellect. But once you've heard the jokes 3 times, you don't need to hear it a minute, 4 times or 5 times.
So was he ever mean to you?
Oh, absolutely. He's mean to everybody. No, let me just say this. When things are going well, he's a pussycat. But if he's nervous about something, he knows no bounds in terms of how he treats people.
I mean, the first chink in the armor was, I think, when Cloris Leachman really wanted to be in Young Frankenstein, and he just kind of sidestepped and wouldn't cast her, and, say she's too old or whatever, and we were like, come on, it's Cloris Leachman. She wants to do it. Put her in Young Frankenstein. But,
That's showbiz. You make a choice about whether you want somebody in your film is different than somebody is in your film. And you treat that person badly because you're nervous about whether the film's going to be a success or not. But again, that said, I made a very fine salary. I love doing the part. I did the part 740 something times. But if in a perfect world, I would still be touring as Nathan Detroit in that 1992 Jerry Zach's revival of Guys and Dolls. That, I felt so surrounded by beauty. And the girls were great looking too, just like in The Producers.
that does help. Well, speaking of beautiful women, someone who was married to the most famous beautiful woman of all time, and I'm kind of wondering, I imagine his personality was very different from Mel Brooks, but you were in a production of Arthur Miller's The American Clock. I'm kind of wondering if you got to meet Arthur Miller, if he...
I did, yeah.
Any memories, any stories of Arthur Miller?
Just that he was so intellectually astute. I mean, I was in awe. I don't know how much I contributed, to being with him, talking with him. He was a pissed off guy, that's what made him great. He was a guy who was realized that there was a lot that was wrong, and he wrote plays about it.
Well, let me ask you, I mean, I expect I'll see you, Nathan Lane's going to be doing more plays. We'll see you in a couple of those. I imagine you will, when this is over, do some acting at your choice. You will find the occasional masterpiece to appear in. But what do you anticipate for yourself in the next 10, 20 years going forward? How do you see your life going? What are you going to do? What's your hobby?
Oh, I write.
Oh.
I play dice baseball. I would like to travel, although all travel at the moment seems like it's in the rearview mirror. But I'd like to fall in love again, that's for sure. I have 2 wonderful children and 4 grandchildren and 2 lovely ex-wives, but I would like to fall in love again. I don't know, we're doing this interview during a period that is, when am I going to act again? When is anybody going to act again?
Well, no, I'm sure you've been asked to do Zoom plays and readings and benefits and things like that.
I want to, no. You see, that's the thing. A lot of people, I'm not ambitious at this stage of my life, right? A lot of people just need to act. I don't need to act. I need to be interested. And I don't, and I'm a technological idiot, and, so all of this is new to me. I'm sure I'll make an adjustment. But no, I don't, I'm more private than that.
Okay. Well, then we're extra honored to have had you on our official Broadway broadcast of the Dave's Gone By show. I do want to remind people that we've been talking with Louis J. Stadlen. You can get his memoir, which is called Acting Foolish, available where all books are sold, including Amazon and so forth. So do check that out. And is there anything that you think might be coming in the pipeline that we can look forward to seeing you in or on in the year ahead at all? Or just play nice
You're
baseball?
killing me, Dave. What are you talking about? Where are we going to go? I walked 1.5 miles on Sunday. Then I had to go home and take a nap,
Oh my gosh. Well, then I'm super
I'm telling you, the salesman just keeps getting postponed to the point where when they said it's safe enough for people to sit in the theater, I suppose that's when the theater will return. But who knows when?
Well, we'll be on the lookout, of course, to see wherever you pop up and wherever we can still see Louis J. Stadlen on a theater or on the page. I mean, you're writing. I mean, where is your writing going? I mean, putting up a blog, are you writing another book? What are you doing?
No, I'm writing another book, another memoir about my experiences touring specifically with the Hello Dolly company, which was a very enjoyable gig. And I really loved working with Betty Buckley. I was honored to work with her. She's a wonderful actress.
Well, wonderful actor here, Louis J. Stadlen. Thank you. Thank you. Stay healthy by all means. Stay creative, stay active, and I hope to be seeing you in a lot more things in the years ahead.
Okay, Dave. Thank you.
Thank you. Louis J. Stadlen in the neighborhood, and I'm sorry for keeping our next guest waiting, but we're going to go right to him. Yeah, let me, where did he, wait. He's coming on, he's doing.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, so you're just going to be voice?
Yeah, unfortunately today, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Well, we're going to be hearing the voice of Brian Scott Lipton. I do apologize. We ran a little long with the previous interview, but we're very excited to talk to this theater critic. He's a writer for City Tour and Theater Pizzazz and Theater News Online. He's also the former editor-in-chief of Theater Mania. Brian Scott Lipton. First of all, I can't see how you're doing, but how have you been holding up these past couple of crazy weeks?
It's been a little difficult. We're lucky that our part of New York hasn't really been affected by the protests and the riots, but as you know, anybody living in New York during a pandemic, it's a little more challenging than usual.
I'm in the suburbs, but I can completely imagine. But you've been healthy and
yes, I have a little bit of a cold, I think, today, but that's it.
It should only be just a cold.
I'm sure it is.
So, Brian, who's been at this game about as long as I have, I think.
32 years.
What was it? Do you remember the first show you ever reviewed?
I was trying to think about that. I think, and the answer is actually no. I mean, in college, I was actually the theater critic for the Tufts Daily, so technically it would be the first show I did there, but professionally in New York, I believe it was some off-Broadway show, probably when there was still theaters on the Upper East Side, because my first major journalism job was as the founder of the Upper East Side Resident, and I did some theater reviewing, although Leonard Jacobs was my main critic.
I totally forgot. I used to write for the.
Yes, that's how we met. You wrote for me.
I didn't even remember, but we're running a little behind, so I do want to have Scott Lipton weigh in on a couple of questions that we're asking our critic friends on this 16th annual Broadway special. For example, your favorite shows that did get to open this past season. Okay,
well, I think the most extraordinary thing I saw all season, surprisingly, was David Byrne's American Utopia. I found that, I've not been a huge Talking Heads fan. I was aware of him. I've met David a few times, but I thought the sheer theatricality of how he presented his music and a couple of other people, the musicians were amazing. The choreography of Annie B. Parson was astounding. And it managed to be both feel good and thought provoking. And I think that's sort of a rarity in theater. On a more conventional front, although not at all conventional, all Hosanna's 2 Pulitzer Prize winner Michael R. Jackson for A Strange Loop at Playwrights Horizon, which was the most innovative and honest, and I think in many ways groundbreaking musical that I've seen on any stage in many years.
Second person who talked about Strange Loop, but I didn't get a sense of what the show was about. I didn't get to see it.
It was an autobiographical story of a young Black gay man's struggles with his identity and with his family and with his place in the community. And obviously, although I'm no longer young and never been Black, and thank God we have those voices out there, I am gay. And some of that spoke to me. Part of it was very profane. It was very outlandish. All kudos to Playwrights Horizons for actually producing it and producing probably the best season I've ever seen them produce in the 30 years I'm doing this, including Will Arbery's Heroes of the Fourth Turning. I hope once the pandemic is over, one of the things we learn is that theater needs to take more chances. I know for Broadway that may be harder financially, but we really, really need to do that. One of the things that was disappointing about Broadway was, shall we say, the conventionality and familiarity of so much that we got to see. Segueing into that, but I know we're at time. The one Broadway show I really want to play is The Sound Inside by Adam Rapp. A bit of a departure for him. I think Mary Louise Parker gave to me the most remarkable performance of the season, and I say that doubly because I actually had read the script and interviewed Mary Louise before I saw the show, and what I saw on stage was so different than what I had read. It made me rethink everything I had read. And to David Cromer, a director I've always admired, what he did in creating the visual world of that space, especially on the oversized stage of Studio 54. We're talking about a play that really would have benefited from a 99-seat house. And in a 1,000-seat house, he was able to make it just as intimate and compelling. And it was really a thought-provoking play. I've had more interesting conversations about what that play meant after I saw it than I did with almost anything else I saw this season. So those would be my three real standouts.
Cool. Now, we also want to ask Brian Scott Lipton, speaking of standouts, what has stood out to you of your whole 30 plus years of doing what we do as being like the most profound, best, most memorable theater moment ever?
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was just limited to 30 years because, to be honest, my parents...
Make it 40 or 50 since you're a kid.
Yeah, 60. I'll be 60 this year, and I literally started going to the theater when I was 4 years old. So thanks to my parents. So I've had a lot. I was going to say probably the most profound for me, or the most memorable, was actually seeing the original production of Sweeney Todd. I was 19 years old. I had never gotten to see a Sondheim show, although I had a few of them on CDs. And my father actually surprised me by buying tickets, and more so buying tickets, if I recall, in the second row. And being that close to Angela Lansbury and Len Cariou, who I later got to know as people, to see that incredible production by Hal Prince, and to just be part of that whole atmosphere really made me, it was the most serious show I had seen up until that point. It really made me rethink, in a way, what you could do with the theater. I mean, I saw the original Fiddler later on. I asked Ethel Merman in a revival of Annie Get Your Gun in 1966. I had seen a lot of great theater really up until that point, but that kind of almost changed the trajectory of how I really thought about theater, and probably furthered my resolve about how I wanted to be a part of it as a career. And for better and worse, and probably better, it turned out to be as a critic rather than as an actor. But
it affects all of us in different ways and sends us on skittering down different trajectories, of course. So,
and certainly in the time I've been reviewing, there have been so many great shows. But as cliche as it sounds, I do have to tip my hat off to Lin-Manuel Miranda and Hamilton, a show I was lucky enough to see 3 times, once off Broadway, twice on Broadway, and something that, unlike a lot of other shows I really loved, really expanded what it meant to me and what it meant each time I saw it. And that's a rare thing. There are a lot of shows I've seen 2 or 3 times and they were very similar experiences, but Hamilton was very different every time, because I could see different pieces of the puzzle. I could see the care that was put into every performance. I saw only the original cast all 3 times. Wow. So, I mean, I could see the performance, the staging. Tommy Kail is a genius. Andy Blankenbuehler's choreography was remarkable. David Corn's set was simple, but not simplistic. And of course, what it had to say about America is even more timely now. And I know when it gets aired on the Disney Channel on July 3rd, I believe, even though I don't have the Disney Channel, but I'll get to it. If you haven't seen it, see it. If you have seen it, try to see it again.
Wow. Big ups there for Hamilton, of course, from our friend Brian Scott Lipton. And of course, you'll be reviewing again once theater begins at 6.
I certainly hope so.
Well, yeah, we all do. Citytour.com, Theater Pizzazz, and also New York Theater News / Theater News Online. Those are the places.
Yes, and I am grateful to all my employers for their support of me over the years.
Knock wood, and going forward too. So I wish you great health. I thank you so much for participating in our special.
Thank you for having me, David, and I'm glad you're well.
Likewise, stay well. Bye-bye, man.
Thank you.
We're talking with folks on the Dave's Gone By special on this June 6th, 2020. I've got to give them big ups. We're going to go right to our next guest who has been waiting patiently. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you please welcome to the neighborhood. I think he's also not going to be on video. Ed Rubin, are you there? Maybe I'll make him this way as well. Let's get him on some way.
Hello?
I hear an Edward. I hear an Ed Rubin. Hello?
I was waiting and it said you would let me in, but it didn't. I'm here now.
Yes,
So
I
I'm
know
gonna-
you're here now. I was talking to another critic and we ran a little late, but now you're here now and I hear your voice. So you're audio only though.
Can you see me?
No, I cannot. You have
How
to
do
unthing your camera thing somehow.
Let me see.
Go
I
to-
don't want to lose you.
No, don't. Well, if we lose me, just zoom back. But look for the thing that looks like a movie camera on the bottom menu bar.
Start video.
Oh, here we go. Oh my God, Ed, look at you. Wow, you're Hemingway.
Hemingway. I'm going to talk fast because I know you're the thing. First, let me say I had 17 plays on my calendar, all erased for this. Sadly, I didn't see any of them. So anything I'll be saying is a truncated version of both the season and my theatrical experience. The first question you asked was, what was my favorite production or performance on Broadway or off-Broadway or off-Broadway this season? First, let me say that most of the best and very favorite theatrical experience came from off-Broadway. And there's no surprise there, as their selection committees are a lot more daring in their play choices, as tourists are not the tail that wags their dogs. Some of the very top theaters that rarely disappoint, and I cannot mention them all, are the Irish Rep, the Atlantic Theater, New York Theater Workshop, Signature, Vineyard, and the Public Theater, and apologies to those venues who I did not mention. This season was a slew of wonderful Black and Afro-American oriented plays, all off-Broadway, many of them garnering well-deserved nominations and awards from all kinds of theatrical award agencies. Here are a few that come to mind. Gurgis's Halfway Bitches Go to Heaven, which takes place in a women's shelter. Michael Jackson's A Strange Loop, Gattori Hall's The Hot Wing King, Lynn Nottage's and Duncan Sheik's The Secret Life of Bees, and the revivals for colored girls who considered suicide When the Rainbow's Enough and a Soldier's Play at the Public Theater. As far as my two favorite Broadway plays, Harold Pinter's Betrayal, written and played chronologically backwards like Benjamin Button. The relationships overall, allegedly based on Pinter's own marriage, rang true. It also pointed out how our beginnings never know our endings. You know, best laid plans go astray. The second, In the Height of the Storm, was up there with my favorites, the Broadway play. Of course, the acting, Jonathan Pryce, who had Alzheimer's, and his wife, Eileen Atkins, was superb. Having a lot of experiences myself, past and present, with people who have Alzheimer's, the playwright and Pryce were spot on in their interpretations. I must add, a lot of my theater reviewing friends did not know, both during and after the play ended, in this play, who was dead, who was alive, what was real, what was imagined, and did his wife poison her husband, a mushroom hunter himself, with a bowl of mushroom soup. But then again, I have found in my experience that many theater critics, with their set-in-stone preconceivings, are the least knowing and least generous of all audiences. For me, this boggling of the mind, In the Height of the Storm, added to the power of the play and, of course, my joy.
We agree
Both of these
disagree.
plays, huh?
We agree to disagree. I'm one of those.
Both of these plays can be related to one doing a crossword puzzle. Of course, it would take an essay to explain this. I must give a shout out to The Vineyard, Is This a Room?, conceived and directed by Tina Satter. It's based on an actual recording of the FBI sting. It was frightening and harrowing, one that unnerved the entire audience, myself, of course. Emily Davis, who played Reality Winner, what a name, right? Turned in the most powerful and nuanced performance of this season. She was wonderful, the best performance of this season. You ask what was my all-time wonderful or profound theater experience and why? Again, it's hard to narrow down to one play. Let me talk about it this way. So I have to go back to my past and call up my memory. Long Day, Journey into Night, and Waiting for Godot are my two favorite plays. As far as Godot and the inevitability of life's waiting, it is one line from the play, a truism, if you will, that burned itself into my brain. I forgot who said it, whether it was Lucky or Pazzo, but the line reads, all of a sudden, one day, which is exactly how things happen in life. Jumping to the end, I could go on and on. All of a sudden, one day, we are no longer here. The first Broadway play that I ever saw, and this was pre-teen, was the original production of O'Neill's Long Day's Journey into Night. It starred Frederick March, his wife Florence Eldridge, Bradford Dillman, I believe, and Catherine Ross and Jason Robards Jr. The year was the late 50s. My aunt brought me to see this play, and given that I was about 10, maybe, the manager went crazy and didn't want to let me in, but my aunt was very persuasive, and she was just as persuasive when she brought me to see Williams' Cat on a Hot Tin Roof the same year. Although I cannot even imagine my understanding Long Days at the time, or maybe I did, suffice to say it did burn a hole in my brain. I compare this effect to the phenomena of imprinting, which is psychobiology. It's a form of learning in which very young animal fixes its attention on the first object with which it has visual, auditory, or tactile experience, and thereafter follows the object. In this case, this object that burned itself with my brain was Long Day's Journey. Till this very day, I can see a play and I use it as a touchstone for greatness. I can even walk out of a musical and say, well, it's no Long Day's Journey into Night. About suggestions to make off-Broadway and regional theaters, I'm not even going to weigh in on that, although it's the most interesting thing, the Zooming, and I could sit home and don't have to go to theater. I have a front row center seat. What is your favorite streamed or Zoom performance during the pandemic? My two favorite Zoom performances came from the National Theatre of London. In fact, other than the Met Opera Gala, which took us around the world into the quarantine home of every major opera star, and the Irish Reps Molly Sweeney, and thanks to the Gingold Theatrical Group, Shaw's Candida, every play from the National Gallery is a winner. I was thrilled at the production of Weber's Phantom. It really is an opera. And the Old Vics national production of Williams' A Streetcar Named Desire, the acting, the direction, the set, oh my God, was that wonderful. And that's everything that I wrote. So if you have any questions, I feel very bad because the Irish Rep had Incantata, wonderful one-man show about mourning for the loss of his girlfriend. London's Insurance,
London Assurance, the Boucicault.
London Assurance. I loved it, the play. There were a lot of wonderful things that I loved. There was nothing on Broadway other than what I mentioned that really stood out and captured my attention. So all of this stuff that I wrote and thought about this morning, thanks for putting me back into my theater season, was what stuck. I may even turn this into a longer piece because there are things I wanted to talk about the different plays.
Well, let me ask you the question that I've asked a couple of the other critics this morning is, I mean, you've been out there, you've gone, or you were going to have a picnic the other day with some friends of yours, a distance picnic, and it was just the weather that kept you from doing it. What will get you back into a theater seat? Would you go in a week? Would you go in a month? Will you wait till next year, even if it starts before then? When are you ready?
I really do not have any idea. It depends how how the theaters are going to handle this. It depends what is open and what is not. Right now, as you see, I grew a mustache and beard, and my hair's pretty longest in the back because everything is closed. I will be doing this picnic on Sunday, celebrating my birthday. There'll be 5 of us. We'll all be wearing the masks. We'll all be drinking.
We lost.
Someone called.
We lost your audio there for a moment. There we go.
Decline them. I go out to shop twice a week, or run to the bank, or go to the post office. It's scary. It's scary. I have not taken any of the tests. I'm going to take them Tuesday, both see if I had it, which I think I did 2.5 months ago. I had a mild case of corona, I'm not sure. And if I have any antibodies, whatever that means.
Yeah, no, I actually have a case of corona in the fridge. I'm gonna pop it open. You know, I might be 80th person to make that joke, but ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking with Ed Rubin. I do want to remind you folks that you can read When the Theater's Going, or his back stuff in Artes, which is a theater website, ARTES, and of course in TOTALTHEATER.com, where we have a bunch of his reviews and his feature stories as well. So don't forget to tell them I'm a member of Drama Desk, Outer Critics Circle, on the American Theater Critics Association. Well, he's a member of the Drama Desk, the Outer Critics Circle, and the American Theater Critics Association.
Right.
Ed Rubin, yeah.
Can I apologize, David, for reading? I hate when people read, but I was so nervous about this, and as we spoke earlier, I didn't even want to participate because my mind is so disheveled.
No, but I managed to. Yeah, I mean, you would have been fabulous even if you were impromptu off the cuff, but
right.
You read in an impassioned way so that it wasn't just like, oh God, he's reading. You know, it's fabulous.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I saw your nose grow 2 inches.
And my wife wants to know, do you still wear the Converse? Are you wearing Converse sneakers? I don't remember that. You still?
I do occasionally.
Well, I'm very happy to converse with you on this episode of Dave's Gone By, our special Tony show.
Love to you and Joyce.
Love to you back. And you know, I only hope that you had COVID 2.5 months ago, so that, you know, hope, I don't know if that.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, but stay healthy, stay well, stay great. Ed Rubin.
Ditto. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And I need you to leave, just click the leave button and we'll see you next year.
Where do I see a leave button? Well, I'll just...
On the bottom, down.
Lower right.
Lower right corner.
Red button.
The red button in the corner is say end or leave meeting.
Well, I don't have it, so.
All right, I'm gonna have to, well, then can you just kill the window?
I'll just restart my phone so it'll cut us off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that worked. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, anyway, while Ed is, I think I have to remove him. I think that's kind of got to be done. I'm sorry, Ed, but I've got to remove you from the thing. Yeah, it's fine. He's not coming back into the meeting. I'll remove this other one. Forgive me, you know, this is the new normal that we're dealing with, and it's been pretty fabulous so far. He is going to be forever. Oh dear, how do we remove him again? It's the Ed Rubin Show, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Ed Rubin Show. Hit OK. Oh no. Can we change the view on this?
Yeah. Okay.
So that it just shows like speaker view or something like that? There we go. Thank you. Oh, and what will happen if I bring someone else into the gallery? Ghost of Ed Rubin will hover. Oh my goodness. Well, maybe we can chat with him. His if you can maybe tell him to reboot his computer, and that will. Anyway, let's go. Let's move forward. By the way,
he's gonna be there the whole time.
Good Lord. Let's exit full screen though, so I can.
Oh, they said okay.
Yeah.
So then someone wrote, "He is so funny." So Hector Lugo wrote, Hector said, "He is so entertaining and funny. I loved it. I'm a fan. Thank you."
I'm a fan too of Andrew, but I think he's gone. We've got our screen back. Yeah.
So go back to,
see, he's knocking our window thing. We're good. We're golden. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, we're fabulous. Oh, what did you just close?
I'm there.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
And it'll show me when the next person comes in. That's by the way, my unsung hero
I'm sorry.
in all this is my
I was
darling
supposed to write it.
and adorable wife, Joyce, who is helping me throughout this program, not to mention that she tells me every single day. But
Somebody's giving you thumbs up and hearts, and it's not me. Who's doing
well,
that?
who? Is it a lady person?
I don't know. I just see it going. You got a whole bunch of them.
Well, thumbs up and hearts to all of you too, and hearts to theater and Broadway, because even though it isn't right now, this kind of thing helps us want it to come back. And by the way, we're talking about the whole past season. There were a lot of shows that did get to open between May of 2019 and March of 2020, even though some shows got cut off by the COVID pandemic and are still in the pipeline. But let's go back to our timeline of Broadway shows and shows that did open during the season. Now, we last stopped with Linda Vista, which was the Tracy Letts play. After that, somebody was talking about Tennessee Williams. Well, a show that I quite like. I like the play, I didn't like this production, but it's considered lesser second-tier Williams, is The Rose Tattoo. It's a lovely show. It's a mix of comedy and drama and a little bit of fantasy and not surrealism a bit, but it's one of his nicer, happier ending plays, which you don't get a lot of. So they revived The Rose Tattoo, directed by Trip Coleman, and the raison d'etre of this production was casting Marissa Tomei as the widow who, she's got her life, and then in wanders Mangiacavallo, this very lively guy who reminds her amazingly of her dead husband. And there's a passion there, but she feels bad about, cheating, as it were, on her dead husband with this new guy. Anyway, it was a weird production. It didn't work for me. It was a little overwrought. It was, the comedy was too broad and the drama just didn't click for me. Writing for The Hollywood Reporter, David Rooney said, quote, Marissa Tomei emotes up a storm, but director Trip Coleman has no feel for the tricky brew of pathos, passion, poetry, humor, and clunky symbolism required in the play. But The Rose Tattoo opened October 15th and closed in mid-December on Broadway. It didn't close early or anything. It was a roundabout theater production at their American Airlines Theater and ran as long as it was supposed to. And then we had a show that, people weren't thrilled with this musical. It's called The Lightning Thief, the Percy Jackson musical. For what it was what it meant to be. It was produced by TheaterWorks USA, which does shows for young audiences, like kids from 8 till about 14, 15, 16. And they had this clever show called The Lightning Thief, the Percy Jackson musical. This is so far beyond my age group, but there's this very popular book series about Percy Jackson in this post-Harry Potter world where you have book series about these characters, and with fantasy mixed in and science fiction, and terrible things happen, but good things happen too. So they turned this into a musical that was never meant to be, of a Broadway level. But they brought it to Broadway, and some people liked it, and some people said, no, the original off-Broadway 75-minute version was fine for what it was, but then they blew it up to like 2 hours and 15 minutes, and some of the sets and the props looked chintzy and cheesy. They were originally supposed to. It was a strange thing to be on Broadway. This is kind of cool. There's a critic here writing for a place called Comics Beat. Amanda Steele wrote, but because this is the appropriate person to write about The Lightning Thief, she said the show tends to rely sometimes on in-jokes and tropes, making it a bit insidery for the general public. But the show is also endearing and fun, and you will laugh along because the show is campy, but it knows that it's campy, so appreciate it for what it is. And some people absolutely did for The Lightning Thief. And then we come to the show that I think it was Ed already talked about, or maybe it was Brian, The Sound Inside, a two-hander featuring Will Hockman and Mary Louise Parker. She plays a professor who is facing terminal cancer, and she has a brilliant student, but he's like very hard to deal with, kind of almost autism and brilliance, and they have an interesting, dark kind of relationship. David Rooney of The Hollywood Reporter said that it's a quiet stunner of a play, with Mary Louise Parker giving her least flaky and affectation-laden work in years. I thought it was really good too. A play by Adam Rapp called The Sound Inside. And then we also had a couple of critics mentioning this one, and boy, I had a grand time seeing David Byrne's American Utopia. So popular, in fact, that after it finished its run on Broadway, they announced that it would be coming back in the fall for a couple of weeks. And it's a David Byrne concert, but he's got all these musicians on stage. There's no pre-recorded sound whatsoever. Every single instrument you see is being played in kind of fun marching band formations by this group, by the people on stage with him. David Byrne's American Utopia. The songs included I Dance Like This, E Zimbra, Once in a Lifetime, of course, Burning Down the House, The Great Curve. So it's supposed to return to Broadway on September 18th. One hopes it will come back in the fall, because it was just a marvelous way to see a concert with visual aspects as well. And boy, oh boy, David Byrne still sounds like David Byrne, looks like him, towers over everything. He's terrific. American Utopia that played at the Hudson Theater in the fall, all the way till mid-February. There was a one-night show, a benefit show featuring Ian McKellen on stage. He's been doing this show on tour in the United Kingdom, where he's just doing pieces from Shakespeare and J.R.R. Tolkien. So he brought it to Broadway's for one night, directed by Sean Mathias. And then we come to a another jukebox musical, a jukebox bio musical. Let me just make sure we're there. Okay. There she is, the iconic Tina Turner, except I think that's Adrienne Warren, who plays Tina Turner in this bio musical about her life. The book is by Katori Hall, adapting the life of Tina Turner. Felita Lloyd, the director. So it's the story of Anna Mae Bullock from Tennessee. Her mom had this bad marriage. She has Tina. She doesn't love her own daughter. So what patterns are repeated? Her husband, her father was abusive to her mother. Tina marries an abusive man. It just so happens that this abusive man is her manager and a brilliant musician named Ike Turner. And then there's the story of her kind of breaking away out of this abusive, addictive relationship. And I have to say, it was kind of funny when I reviewed the show on before. Not that the situation is funny, but the way that the Ike character is drawn, it's like every time he's in a scene on stage, he beats the hell out of her. It's like he never has a moment when he isn't smacking her around or punching somebody. I mean, maybe he really was that bad when he was drugged out, but there's no shading to that character, which kind of tilts the show in an unfortunate way. But, okay, it's a by-the-numbers book. Ike is a cartoon villain, but Adrienne Warren, mega wattage in the lead role. And at the end of the show, she does a medley of a couple of Tina Turner songs. She's been acting for 2.5 hours almost at the top of her form, belting out, blasting these songs. She still saves a reserve of energy to just take the thing to the skies. I usually hate these post-curtain mega mix songs. Not in Tina. You've got to wait till after the applause and watch the real end of the show. So yeah, it's worth seeing for that. Tina on Broadway, the Tina Turner musical at the Lunt-Fontanne Theater, which presumably will come back. I don't know if there's video of her. There probably is. The cast album is out. So if you want to hear that. And I want to, another person, I know how much you love Lin-Manuel Miranda. And you love just as much Kristen Chenoweth. My wife has these things of certain people. But anyway, Kristen Chenoweth did her show for the girls. It was just a short, one of those week or 2 week runs at the Lunt-Fontanne that we were talking about earlier. Entertainment Weekly's Jessica Dershowitz gave the show an A rating. She said, the evening flies by fast, and Cheno is both self-deprecating and very laudatory of all the musicians and guest singers. She brings on people who've also played Glinda in Wicked. But yeah, at times she also turns into the great Broadway diva star that we expect when she's singing songs like Desperado or Over the Rainbow, or songs by the Carpenters and Trisha Yearwood. So Kristen Chenoweth was in For the Girls in mid-November on Broadway at the Nederlander Theater. Well, speaking of theater, and we are speaking of theater, on our Tony special, Broadway, I keep saying, for all these years I've called it a Tony show. It's a Broadway special show, our 16th annual here on Dave's Gone By. And so we're talking to great theater critics and experts. We'll also have Rabbi Sol Solomon giving his rabbinical reflection, his benediction about the theater as well. And we have more trivia questions and more timeline. But before we get to all of that, we've got our next guest in the neighborhood. Let's see if we can get her on here. And we've got her coming on. We have no video, I assume. She can't hear us yet. So Leslie, we've just admitted Leslie Hoban Blake. She is a critic for the, oh, no, I guess we do need gallery view. Leslie, can you hear us? We can, come on, Leslie, come on in. No, we need your audio, Leslie. Can I unmute? No, I can't unmute her. Come on, Leslie, you can do it. Connect to that audio, please. May have to move her a little later in the broadcast if we can't get her on here. But I'll tell you that, two on the aisle. She and Charlie Gross, whom we'll hear from in a little while, co-host this show. It used to be Jeff Goodman and Charlie Gross, and Jeff is doing great, but he's not doing the show anymore. Leslie has co-hosted Two on the Aisle for, I think, at least 5 years, and it's a theater review program that you can watch on Manhattan Neighborhood Network or mnn.org. Plus, they post the older shows on YouTube, or even the pretty much newer ones on YouTube. But she is having apparently some issues connecting or trying to connect to Zoom. I don't know why. And I don't know if she can hear me, if I can tell her what to do. There's just, she's no okay, asked to start a video. Should I do that? No, just I'll let her try and get on as best she can. And if we miss her or we lose her, or maybe we should call on the phone, and we'll just do that on regular old speakerphone. But we do hope to hear Leslie Hoban Blake. Until we can, maybe we'll move forward with our timeline for a little bit, and we'll see how that goes. So I want to move on to another show that played, I believe it was off Broadway years ago, but there's a Russian clown named Slava. Can we, oh, where? Well, now she can't rejoin the meeting. She wasn't joining it anyway. Okay. Slava's Snow Show at the Stephen Sondheim Theater. Do I have her? I don't know if I have her phone number. Is she on there? Oh, we would love to get Leslie on the show. But Slava's Snow Show starts Slava Polunin, who has been touring his clown show for about 26 years. And I remember seeing it years ago. It's vignettes. It isn't kind of Emmett Kelly, well, actually closer to Emmett Kelly than what you'll see in Cirque du Soleil or Big Apple Circus, with big scenes. A snowstorm happens, a wind thing happens, a beach scene happens with a big beach ball. Jonathan Mandel, writing for NewYorkTheater.me, says, quote, much of Slava's Snow Show is a series of moments too sketchy to be called scenes and too scenic to be called sketches, but there's also tons of confetti and water and beach balls. So I remember I was kind of bored by most of it, to be honest, when I saw it years ago, but I kind of wanted to give another look at it. I never got to go see it in its return to Broadway to the Stephen Sondheim Theater during holiday time. However,
Leslie's on the phone.
Leslie, we've got Leslie Hoban Blake on the good old-fashioned telephone.
I was ready, David. I was ready for my close-up. I was primed, and I felt like an idiot. I couldn't get sound. I don't know what happened.
Click one wrong button. Anything.
No, I kept pushing. It said, anyway. Hello, good morning.
Hello, Leslie Hoban Blake. How are you?
Well, I'm embarrassed, but I'm here.
Well, that's my life, essentially. My entire life is embarrassment, but still being here. So I'm still here. I'm still here. And so have you been coping? I know it's been rather difficult for you over the past few weeks. Are you okay?
God's honest truth.
Yeah.
Because of the kind of life that I was leading, I was home most days anyway, and I would get ready and go out at night. I would go out to dinner and I would go to the theater. So I had a very lovely life. The fact that I don't get to go out as much, it disturbs me. I'm healthy, thank God.
Thank God.
I live on the river. I can walk up and down the river. I can go out that way. I don't have to run into a lot of people. I wish I could get to the protests, which I can't do, unfortunately. But other than that, I'm probably having it easier than a lot of other people, so I'm not the one to ask.
Oh, well, I'm just thrilled that your life hasn't been that. I mean, everybody's life has been affected, but that you're.
Well, no, I mean, it's, I'm living like a sloth, and I actually baked bread. I kept threatening to do it, and then I actually did it.
How did it come out? You baked bread.
Wonderful. I just finished the first loaf, and I'm about to bake a second loaf. It's marvelous.
Oh, wonderful.
I didn't do that. I never did that. I didn't have a stove for 35 years, so, that's fun. I had a desk. I didn't have a stove. I was a writer, not a cook. That's the way I looked at it.
Well,
but I know you want to talk about the theater, which is what I'm really missing.
Here.
I mean, look, there's so many bigger things that are going on right now. This is completely a distraction, but given that it's a distraction that is our life, I feel compelled to talk about it.
Go for it. Well, we want to talk certainly about the shows that did open so far for the 2019-2020 season. You saw a bunch of them. What were one or two of your absolute favorites of the season, Broadway or off-Broadway, of the season so far?
Combination of both. I'm the historian of the Drama Desk, and Jose Solis, another board member, and I were going to be doing roughly about now, in this month, I think, a panel on up-and-coming new wave of writers, especially Black writers in the theater. And so we had singled out, as everybody else in the world had, Jeremy O'Harris, the writer of Slave Play. I'm sorry, now I have to look at notes because I had this all set up differently. And of course, Michael R. Jackson, A Strange Loop, who I think is going to win everything, would have won. We don't know.
Well, it was off-Broadway. It couldn't win. It wouldn't win a Tony because that was an off-Broadway show.
But it won the Pulitzer and it won a bunch of other things. So, I mean, it was certainly up, and it was going to move to Broadway. So who the hell knows what's going to happen with that? A smaller play, a two-character play called One Out of Two, by a young guy by the name of Nanya Love, which was done at Playwrights Horizons. And if you put those three playwrights and plays together, I think you have the future of a different kind of theater than we've seen up to now. And we haven't seen musicals, which is what Strange Loop is, and we have certainly seen dramas that border on strange, and seen very heartfelt plays. But you put that all together, and you have a very straight Slave Play, of course, was very controversial. I loved it. I loved it downtown. I thought it played even stronger uptown. I don't know if it was because it had gotten a chance to jail, or because they tightened it. I'm not quite sure why.
It was still 2.5 hours long with no intermission. They tightened it. My God.
It flew by. For me, it flew by. The second act may have dragged a little in a different way, but that first act, for anybody who doesn't know what Slave Play was, very briefly, it's an interracial reenactment of slave plantation life for couples in interracial relationships who were having difficulty that may or may not have had a racial basis. Is that a pretty good summation?
That's a very good summation, yeah.
So walking in the first time downtown, I knew none of that, and I was blown away because it opens in what you think is a plantation, but then Rihanna's singing, and the second act is a little more complicated, convoluted, perhaps is the right word, because that takes you into the actual psychological retreat that these people are on, and then it gets a little talky. But I was just blown away by just the audacity of the play. There was another play downtown called Ain't No Mo, with the public, which I think was also in the same season, which was just remarkable. And I cannot come up with that playwright's name, but that's another playwright who handled similar situations. It was a little bit like Day of Absence from the Negro Ensemble Theater in the 60s and 70s, which was about blacks living Leaving America, period. That's it, enough. And they're getting on African American Airlines, and they're going. I just thought that was brilliant. And then 1 out of 2 is about the fact that there was a point in time when 1 out of 2 men would be HIV positive. There are 2 men waiting in a waiting room, and they are waiting to see which one out of the 2 each of them is.
Couldn't be more timely during the COVID era than a show where the person next to you. Yeah.
Just prior to, but it was the same kind of thing. I mean, exactly. It's chilling to think back to how apt it was for that. And then there was Strange Loop, which was strange. Did you get to see it?
I did not, but everybody's saying it was amazing.
Well, it was amazing because it's inside the head of an usher, whose name happens to be Usher, and it's the 7 different. I may be wrong about the number, but it's the 7 different parts of his brain that talk to him, and all he wants to do is sing and dance in a pretty dress. So
okay.
And all these different parts come out and talk, and it's the history of theater as seen through the eyes of someone who never thinks he's going to be good enough or right enough to be in it in the first place.
Wow.
Wow. And that may not be a good summation, but that's how it hit me, and I think it hit many people in many different ways.
Well, it won the Pulitzer. It hit a lot of people. Yeah.
That's brilliant. Just brilliant. And so, but I'm putting them all together, and it may not be fair to any one of them, and yet they all came in the same season.
Well, let me ask you also, Leslie, because we've been going through on the show our Broadway timeline of all the shows that did get to open this season. But I wanted to ask you about shows that were about to open and may still open in January or February. What are you hoping for most, or what do you miss most that maybe got killed because of the pandemic?
There are several things that were going to happen, and I'm not going to as a result. Or may not, but Zach's was going to have 2 shows running on Broadway, Mrs. Doubtfire and The Music Man. And we didn't get to see Sutton Foster opposite Hugh Jackman in The Music Man. I mean, I really didn't particularly want to see The Music Man, but I would go to see them.
Right.
I could them read a phone book together, so I was very excited about seeing that. Mrs. Doubtfire, I thought was going to be fun. West Side Story by a day.
Oh my God, really? Yeah. I missed, well, we all missed 6 by, there was a musical that was supposed to open.
I missed 6 by 2 days. Charlie and I were going to go see my co-host on our show.
Yeah.
We're going to go see 6 in 2 nights before this all happened. And I missed the return of Dan Stevens to Broadway and Hangman, which I didn't care for that much down at IRT, but was interested in seeing if the cast change might make a difference. Although that particular role is the one I like the best. He's the ne'er-do-well guy who comes in and makes everything happen. And I just happen to like Dan Stevens. The Diana play was going to come in, and I was curious to see what was going to happen with that. I mean, I wasn't sure, but it's Joe DiPietro, and he's done some really great stuff. And then the Lehman trilogy, which I never got to see at the Armory.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited because it's A, it's Sam Mendes, and B, it's Simon Russell Beale and Adam Godfrey, both of them are our favorite actors of mine. By the way, I didn't mention Inheritance, a big multi-hour 2-part play that I enjoyed. But I went back, I was doing some research on something else, and I came across Love, Valor, Compassion. And I realized that Love, Valor, Compassion was a much tidier version
Of the Inheritance, in a way, yeah.
And I suddenly went, oh, well, then it wasn't all that, straight, brilliant, wonderful. So it was really funny to go back and find that. I was watching something about our dear departed Terrence McNally.
Right.
And so that came up, and then I went back and watched scenes. And the way we go down the rabbit hole sometimes on this stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sorry not to have seen Intimate Apparel, the other Bartlett Share play. He had To Kill a Mockingbird. He would have had 2 out of 1. It would have been off Broadway, it would have been Lincoln Center. But it, but it was an opera. And I remember seeing Viola Davis in the original Intimate Apparel, and I remember crying and walking out and having to wring my heart out like a sponge. It was so moving. So I was really looking forward to that. And Assassins, I wanted to see Assassins. And I wanted to see this wonderful actress that I saw in London. Her name is Sharon D. Clark, and she was going to be doing Carolyn or Change.
Right. Well, they're still keeping, you know, you might still get to see that. I mean, we were talking a week or 2 or 3 ago to Stuart Zagnett, who's in that production. And he said they're holding it together. I mean, we might see Caroline or Change revived in Jan-Feb or early spring of 2021. The producers are trying to hold it together. So,
I
not
hope
good.
so, because I saw Sharon D. Clark, I don't know, 25, 30 years ago in London in We Are the Champions. And he was just this force of nature, this large, powerful woman, doing not just 11th hour numbers, but 10th hour numbers and 9th hour numbers, and just blowing us off stage with the music of Queen, you know.
Right.
And just an amazing, it's a stupid show, but an amazing performance. And Caroline or Change is a brilliant show. I know it wasn't everybody's cup of tea, but I found it to be, again, you know, it's about race in America. 90% of everything I like is about race in America. And I look out my window and it's about race in America right now. So, boy, that's tiny, isn't it? You know?
It just puts a whole button on the thing right here. Well, we've got a...
No, I just have one more.
Well, real quick, yeah.
The one more really quickly is Take Me Out. And I just want to see all those naked men. Of course I want to see all those naked men, but I love that play.
It's a lovely play. I remember the original on Broadway, Dennis O'Hare.
I thought Richard Greenberg, this is Pièce de Résistance. The play he did this year was not so, you know, but Take Me Out, if he's remembered for nothing else, this is the play to put a capper on that. Not about race relations as much as about the sexual revolution. So anyway, I hope I haven't talked too fast or too much.
No, it's as always, it's perfect talking with Leslie Hoban Blake. I want to remind, yeah, what?
I'm sorry you didn't get to see me because the horses I gussied up and you didn't get to see me. So,
Well, next year when we talk about the shows that do wind up opening on and off Broadway.
Lullaby, David, from your mouth to God's ears.
Lullaby, that's the word. Rabbi Sol uses it, I use it, lullaby. And Leslie Hoban Blake, stay well. And, you know, we will continue to see you on the aisle and talking with Charlie. Charlie Gross will be on the show in a few minutes. Two on the Aisle, which you can watch on YouTube and Manhattan Neighborhood Network. Les, I'm going to have to let you go, but thanks so much for calling in.
Thanks so much, John. Thanks so much, David, for having me.
You bet. Bye-bye now. It is 12:02 in the afternoon, Eastern time, and yes, I know this was supposed to be a 3-hour show. If you watch Dave's Gone By every week, you know it's never a 3-hour show. We'll go till a little after 12:30 because we have still more to do. We've got Charlie Gross coming up. We've got Rabbi Sol with his Rabbinical Reflection. We've got more trivia questions, more timeline. But before we get to that, how can we do this show without the guest who's been on so many of these, a great friend of mine, terrific person, and a man who is now on camera, bearded, a lot of people with beards this time, even though which is kind of scary. But ladies and gentlemen, Simon Saltzman is in the neighborhood with us. He is the vice president of the Outer Critic Circle. He is also a writer for CurtainUp.com and TotalTheater.com. Looking good with a beard. Simon, how are you? How you feeling?
Thank you, very kind. You're very kind as usual. I feel great. This whole nightmarish scenario that we've been living through hasn't, affected me too adversely. I miss theater. It's a dramatic change going from the theater every night, almost every night, to no theater at all. So catching up on Turner Classic Movies. Thank you, God, for Turner Classic Movies. And, what can I say?
Simon, if I can ask you one thing, if you can either turn your head, because it looks like you're looking at something, but you're not actually. Oh, there we go. There we go.
All right. Okay.
Now
you know what?
Yeah.
I had a PC crash, so I've connected my laptop to my old monitor, and okay. So now I'm facing. I'm trying to figure out how to get to. It doesn't matter.
No. Now we have a conversation though. Now I can see you. You can. I don't know if you can see. Can you see me?
I can see you at my left eye. Which is, no, that's fine.
You don't have to. We're just talking. So Simon is here to talk about so many of the other critics have. It's interesting. I gave people the choice of a couple of questions they could answer. And I thought so many people would pick their favorite shows of all time, blah, blah, blah. Some did. but almost everyone really wanted to talk about current theater. They wanted to talk about what shows opened in the past few months on and off Broadway. And you chose that as well. So Simon, what rocked your world this past
Well,
season?
in the past few months, I think I misinterpreted your question because I went back to 1972
Well,
to find
that's
the
the other
show
question. I am because you chose to answer this season as
Oh,
well
I
as
see.
all time. Yeah.
All right. This season, if I can be kind, I think in general was a disaster. I think it may be one of the worst seasons Broadway has ever had.
Not because of the pandemic, but what was so terrible?
No, I think the plays were just not good. The musicals were not very good. The revivals were a tad better. I liked off-Broadway a lot more than I liked Broadway.
Okay.
Which is kind of typical. But this is almost embarrassing to admit that I was looking over the list of over 200 plays that I saw last year. I don't remember seeing most of them. No,
Wow.
it's not my senility. It's just that they just, they're there and then they disappeared. They don't, embed themselves into my mind as being, profound or tremendously entertaining or memorable in any way. It's very sad. Of course, it's sad to see. By the way, I was at the theater on March the 11th, I believe it was, to see Six, a musical that had come from London, was in its last press preview. And at the Brooks Atkinson, that was the last night theater was open. It was actually the Brooks Atkinson, if you remember, was the theater that the usher was found to have had the virus. They shut down the theater. And of course, they called, President Trump to ask him what fumigant to use to clean the theater. And I don't know, it was Listerine maybe, but they cleaned the whole theater down. And the theater was filled that night with a very enthusiastic audience. I didn't know it was going to be the last night of theater. And
mine was Girl from the North Country on that Tuesday. I went to see the Dylan musical, and then
I hope you loved it as much as I did. In fact, talking about disappointing season, that was the highlight for me. I thought it was deeply moving. I was moved to tears, as a matter of fact. That doesn't happen often. At the end of that show, I was so affected that my companion next to me looked over and she said, "Boy, this is really touching you deeply." And I said, "Yeah, I can't explain why, but I have to say, Bob Dylan's music never sounded so great. He was never a great, a singer, but to begin with. But I never really appreciated his canon like I did in this show. And of course, Conor McPherson did a brilliant job of creating a plot and connecting. Talk about a jukebox musical. This was the best one, I think, one of the top of all time, because it made sense. All the performances. Anyway, so we can't dwell on just one show, but
so pick one.
Thank God for that. And my earplug is falling off.
Well, pick one more show real quick, play or musical on or off Broadway that you really, if you can think of one, for this past season before we get to your all time.
Okay, let's say certainly. I think The Inheritance might have been the finest play that I saw all year. It had its flaws, and it was very long. I think it's a shame that they had nothing against epic plays that take an entire day to see, but I think it lost a huge audience by requiring them to come back twice. This is a big. What can I say? It's something that people can't devote an entire day of their life to doing, and critics do it. We've done it.
Well, but even I think with that play, which I did see, with that particular play, I think they could have cut it down to about maybe 4 hours and change with 2 intermissions.
I totally agree. It would have been absolutely brilliant cut down, because there was a lot of fat, that needed to be. Let's see. The other plays there, by the way, we can talk about the outer critic circle over the Tonys or Dramas, because I think we did something absolutely marvelous and splendid. We had honorees this year instead of winners, and what's the word?
Well, there wasn't a competition. You just kind of
we had no
these were
competition.
wonderful.
We decided that we had the normal nominations were held, and we decided to give every nominee an honoree. So they all will be receiving certificates, and we were praised for it in the press. And I'm happy we went that route. Also, we gave cash awards to the John Gassner winners, all the winners of those. So we were happy to do that, and we made
I'll stop you just so people who aren't theater geeks. John Gassner is for the best new American play. That's a special award
by a new and upcoming American playwright.
Yeah.
So we were able to honor them, and also usually these are the playwrights that need a little help, you know.
Well,
so we gave
right now all playwrights need a little, but even the veteran ones.
Right, but the new ones need it more than the others. So we gave them a cash award, and also we gave an award. The Art and Critics Circle gave an award to the Actors Fund. So
very nice. Now, before we let Simon go, I do want to give you a chance to weigh in on, like, the greatest moment for you in all your many years of theater going, whether you were a critic or beforehand. What just blasted you off?
Well, I had to think of about 10 seconds on that one. The show was Follies. It opened in the 1971-1972 season, and that was a show that impressed me, but it baffled me. It baffled me because I knew I was seeing something brilliant and innovative, and it made me go back. At that time, I was paying for the theater. I went back a month later. I went back 3 months later after that. I became like a what do you call it? A Trekkie, what do they call, a real fan.
Right.
And each time I realized more and more how brilliant Goldman's book was, Sondheim's score, the Hal Prince, Michael Bennett collaboration was. This was a show that was about sad people making all the wrong choices, but people in the industry that I love, the theater industry, and how we follow our dreams, and sometimes those dreams are not the best dream to follow. It was a complicated musical, and like I say, each time I found more and more to see in it, and it affected me because it made me realize how great theater can really be, and how often we don't quite make the mark, and we haven't made the mark in recent years. Yes, there have been wonderful shows, but Follies is the one. And there's never been a revival to make up for the original. Well, of course, it was too expensive. It closed even after it ran a year. It closed at a loss because the cost of operating was too much. But those performers, that show that's the outstanding Broadway show of my lifetime, and I still remember it. So that's my answer to that.
Well, that's an outstanding answer from Simon Saltzman, our great friend of the neighborhood. I want to remind everybody that when theater starts up again, you can read him in curtainup.com and totaltheater.com. You can also, of course, read his previous review. All these folks who write for these websites, they have search engines. You can go find what they've written prior. So, I got a little choked up there. Thank you so much.
No drinking before 1 p.m., please.
Before 1 p.m.? Oh, goodness. I'm a 12 man. But anyway, Simon, stay healthy.
I hope we covered everything we were supposed to cover. I don't know. I blasted the theater a little too hard. I'm sorry about that. It just was not a memorable season. But hope springs eternal, and
hopefully it won't be the only season we'll ever have to remember again.
Absolutely. Looking forward to the next season.
From your
All
mouth,
right, thank
as
you,
our
David.
last guest said, halavai. It should only be halavai.
Yeah,
Simon,
God
great to
bless.
see you. Stay well.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. On the 16th annual Total Theater Broadway special here on this Saturday, June 6, 2020. It is the 749th episode of this program, Dave's Gone By. I haven't even got a chance to tell you that almost all of the previous episodes that we've done of this show, I mean, this is our Broadway special, but we have a regular show that's kooky and crazy and great interviews and weird skits and things. Those are all watchable and listenable at davesgoneby.com. Dave's Gone By, you know how to spell that, davesgoneby.com. The archives are absolutely free for the past 3 years. They're video as well as audio. And then prior to that, since we're just on the radio or just podcasting, it's audio. But they're all there. They're downloadable as podcasts, or you can just stream them. If you're scared to download from your machine, I get it. You can stream them on your computer. Either way, from our very first episode back in October of 2002 to last week's episode, and then we're going to get this one up there as soon as we can, so you can watch it all week long and think about the theater and the Tony Awards that would have happened tomorrow. Sigh. But yeah, and we also have a whole separate archive of all the amazing people that we've interviewed over the years on Dave's Gone By. Now, some of those, the links are broken. We're going through them. It's very laborious, one by one. But for at the very least, the past 9 years of the show, all the interviews in that separate archive, you can find them and just listen to the interview without even having to go through the whole program that they were part of. It's all, again, at davesgoneby.com. Also want to give a shout out to archive.org, because we've been posting all our videos and audios on there too. And that's a wonderful nonprofit archive of video and audio and art from the 20th and 21st century. Archive.org, and you'll find the Dave's Gone By channel there. Plus, we have a channel on castbox.fm, which we just learned yesterday, kind of funnels our things to Google Play. So yay, that's audio only. It's just for audio podcasts. So if you don't want to sit here and watch for 3 hours, you can listen once you start leaving the house, wherever you go. Castbox.fm. Yeah, and Google Podcasts is where I guess they go. You can, and my wife is saying Google Play is the place that you'll, what? Just say it.
So David said Google Google Play, but you go to Google Podcast.
Google Podcast is,
Yeah.
oh, that's the place to find it. But Castbox.fm is the place where we're posting those things. You can see them too. And we try and put everything we do on YouTube. It's just that sometimes we wind up with a problem with rights issues if there's music. Oh, and which reminds me, you can also scroll down on Facebook for the past 3 years of shows that we've done. They're all, you can find, if you want to find Dave's Gone By, you can find thousands of hours of Dave's Gone By. That is a promise. And I do want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Hewlett Minuteman Press, the Copy Kings of Broadway. If you want to help your business, your company, there's a zillion ways that Hewlett Minuteman Press can do that. Because yes, copying, printing, binding, that's what they do. They're a franchise of Minuteman that happen to be in Hewlett, Long Island. But they can also silk screen your company logo on clothing, on pen and pencil sets, on sporting equipment. They'll do banners and flyers and balloons and business cards. They're known for that, as well as wedding invitations, holiday cards. Again, if it involves paper, Hewlett Minuteman Press is there to help. So give them a call on Monday, 516-569-5577, area code 516-569-5577. And if you tell them Dave sent you get 10% off any job, big or small. Hewlett Minuteman Press, they are the Copy Kings. Well, I've been yakking and having such a fabulous time talking to people. We still have a bit more to do. We've got Charles Gross coming up. He's going to be our last critic of the day, weighing in on some Broadway and season-related questions and all-time-related questions. Plus, we have our time. Let's do a little more timeline. Then we're going to bring Rabbi Sol Solomon into the fold, because he has his Rabbinical Reflection, his mini sermon about the Broadway theater. You don't want to miss that. But let's do a bit more of the timeline before we get to those things. We stopped with, well, actually, I was going to bring up The Inheritance, but it was, I think, Leslie Hoban Blake and Simon Saltzman both kind of talked about that show. It's a big two-part epic by Matthew Lopez, where the gay men of one generation are kind of being set off into, not set off like antagonistically, but being contrasted with the gay men of the previous generation. It was a two-part show, 3.5 hours almost each part. So it was a lot to ask, and it didn't, it obviously wasn't going to make money. You know, that's not going to be something that will turn a profit, but it had trouble getting audiences to spring for a full day of their lives, even though they missed a lot of really good stuff. As I told Simon, it was too long. It could have been cut into one thing. But for what it was, it had very touching moments. It had some really good comedy in it. It's a very smart piece. And I don't know, I kind of hope if they eventually make a TV thing or a movie out of it, he really cuts it and shapes it and takes the best of it. It was The Inheritance that ended at the Barrymore Theater. It actually closed with the COVID things, as everything else did. And it opened in mid-November. There was a reading on November 18th, a one-night benefit reading for, I believe it's the American Airlines, well, it would have been the Roundabout Theater Company at their American Airlines Theater, of the importance of being earnest, featuring somebody that was mentioned earlier in the program. Now, I know you have these issues, hon, with Lin-Manuel Miranda and Kristen Chenoweth, but how do you feel about Angela Lansbury? Loves Angela Lansbury. Murder, She Wrote. Well,
don't talk about the Barry.
Well, we are, because she played Lady Bracknell in this reading.
An Oscar, a Tony. She should win the Nobel Prize for being Angela Lansbury.
You find few people who would disagree with you on that. But that was a one-night benefit. Anywho, don't even, we're getting crazy because it's already like 3 hours into the show, but we've got more timeline to do. There was a Christmas Carol. Yes, they brought a Christmas Carol back to Broadway. It's usually the show that regional theaters do when they got to scare up some money for the rest of their season, and some of them are their more daring offerings. But Christmas Carol, lovely production, non-musical. Well, I mean, there were a couple of carol and hymn songs, usually with ringing bell accompaniments, which was kind of nice, but it was really more of a drama. Jack Thorne doing the adaptation of Charles Dickens's novella, Matthew Warchus directing, simple staging, although there was snow and there was a big old feast with fake food, which if you were in the audience and towards the front, as my friend Jeff and I were, we just kept literally, Jeff and I are looking at each other as we're pulling sausages into a basket. I'm like, I didn't really come to the theater for this, but it was pretty fun. LaShans was in there, our friend of the neighborhood, Andrea Martin, had a role as one of the ghosts. As the woman Ruth Kinane from Entertainment Weekly wrote, yes, the play may start off as being bleak, but by the end, the frantic festiveness is so infectious, you leave the theater with a heart full of joy and light. So A Christmas Carol came back to Broadway. And then, speaking of joy and magic and magical, fantastical things, The Illusionists came back to Broadway. It was called The Illusionists' Magic of the Holidays at the Neil Simon Theater. So, in fact, they actually brought Jesus back from the dead, then cut him in half and Penn and Teller ate him. No, I'm kidding. But they had people like Dom Chambers, the showman, Eric Chien, the manipulator, Chris Cox, the mentalist, Paul Dabick, the trickster, Kevin James, not the comedian Kevin James, the inventor, and Enzo Wayne, the unforgettable. I still have never seen any of the Illusionist things, but imagine like the biggest Copperfieldian magic show you possibly could. That's what The Illusionist is. It's become almost a Broadway perennial now, and it played for the holiday season at the Neil Simon Theater. And then one of my favorites, along with Betrayal, of the entire Broadway season was, of all things, a jukebox musical. And I've got to say that the kind of musical really came into its own this season. As they mentioned, with Girl from the North Country, which I have some reservations about, but whoever thought, okay, they're going to adapt a record album into a Broadway musical. Which one? Alanis Morissette's Jagged Little Pill. And I was like, okay, what are they going to do? Just find people hollering the famous Morissette songs? No, it's so much more than that. The book is by Diablo Cody, best known as a screenwriter. The songs are by Morissette with Glenn Ballard, who co-wrote most of the tracks on that album. Choreographed, and forgive me for mispronouncing this if I am, by Sidi Larbi Chikawi. The choreography is exceptional. It's the whole show, imperfect as it may be in some spots, is brilliant. It is a marvelous reconception. And I've seen a bunch of jukebox musicals that take songs that are famous from other media and shoehorn them into a story or cleverly work them into a story. This is a real world that they create about a nuclear family, a family that actually ends up going nuclear. But at first they're Hallmark-like. It's the mother writing a Christmas postcard to all the people that middle-class white people send that sort of thing to. But everything is kind of great with this family. They've got the adopted Black daughter. They've got the son who's acing all his courses in class. The husband's making a lot of money. He's doing really great with his law practice, but the chinks just keep showing in the armor, and then just everything starts breaking apart. We find out that the husband's burying himself in work, and it's kind of a sexless, loveless marriage. You've got the mom getting hooked on opioids. The Black daughter, she has a girlfriend, but now she falls in love with this guy in class, and that breaks apart. And she also witnesses a sexual assault within the context of a school party. So all this is going on. Really, my favorite show of the season that half was. Thrilling choreography, funny, lacerating book. As you might imagine, the song "You Oughta Know" just tears the house down. It's sung by actress Lauren Patton, playing the jilted girlfriend when she's lashing out at her ex. And in Rolling Stone magazine, the actress, in an interview, told the paper that it was important in that moment that the character just wasn't, quote, a stereotypical angry lesbian. She wants to be seen in that time as a valid person, which transcends "You Oughta Know" just being a breakup song like, oh, you cheated on me, screw you. It's a song about needing to say, I'm here, which is why the emotional response goes so deep, quote unquote. Lauren Patton from Jagged Little Pill. So yeah, it's a jagged, marvelously put on, produced show. And I certainly hope that comes back and finds a big audience. I was just listening to the cast album the other day, and it's powerful, really, really fine stuff. And I'm not someone who, I prefer musicals with new books. I resent when musicals that don't have music and lyrics specifically written for them win awards and stuff. But in this case, I don't know. Now, speaking of a show with other people's music, Harry Connick Jr. celebrated Cole Porter in his show at the Nederlander Theater. Remember all these people doing concerts? It was a holiday show, ran for about 2 weeks then. Greg Evans, writing for Deadline.com, says the show matches Cole Porter's songwriting genius with Harry Connick's superb musicianship, supple, ear-pleasing vocals, and brash confidence. This pushes the music from comfortable classic pop into bolder, jazzier terrain. And so some of the songs were Begin to Begin, You Do Something to Me, and I Love Paris Every Morning, da 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 da. So that was Harry Connick on Broadway towards the end of the year. And that takes us up to the end of 2019 in our Broadway timeline. And a few shows did open after that. We'll get to them in the last part of our timeline. But now, let's, as promised, Rabbi Sol Solomon is quite an important part of this program. Has been, he was on our very first episode. I helped we're recording. What's the matter?
Is Rabbi on?
No, he is pre-recorded. That's so I just gave it away. The rabbi is pre-recorded. So yeah, earlier in the week, because he wanted to get his words just right, And of course, it's Shabbos. Rabbi's not going to appear live on Shabbos. He's out there breaking into people's homes while everybody's out there protesting. That's the only way he can fund his synagogue. Rabbi Sol Solomon is the founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. He's also a playwright and actor. I co-wrote his play, Shalom Dammit, An Evening with Rabbi Sol Solomon, that played at the Richmond Shepherd Theater and the Roy Arias Theater off Broadway. And you can see that production, the off one, by going to the rabbi's website, shalomdammit.com. You can also watch 10 hilarious episodes of his cable TV show, Shalom Dammit, Rabbi Sol Solomon's Peace, Love, and Acid Reflux Hour. They're all there at the rabbi's site, as well as these mini sermons, these rabbinical reflections, which he bestows upon us. And so, to talk about the Broadway Theater and give a blessing for the continued rebirth and health of Broadway, we're going to bring in Rabbi Sol Solomon with his rabbinical reflection. I'm going to turn off my video for just a moment, just like that. So you'll see that's my name. Don't wear it out. And now I'm going to share the screen.
No, first.
Play the video and then open the video and then share the screen. Thank you, my dear. Let's open that up. It's ready. Pull that out further. And then, do I start it first and then share? Or
Start and share screen.
Okay, start. Here's Rabbi Sol.
Hello, it's me, Rabbi Sol, with Rabbinical Reflections for you all. I come from Temple Sons of Bitches here in Great Neck, New York. Shut up and pay attention to me. Shalom, damn it. This is Rabbi Sol Solomon with a Rabbinical Reflection for the week of June 6, 2020. Year after year, I've been coming on this program to help celebrate the Tony Awards, the glittering prizes Broadway people give themselves to compensate for not getting movie work. The awards are meaningless. How do you compare one actor playing a frustrated gay writer in a comedy to another actor playing a frustrated gay writer in a drama? It's apples and oranges. Well, still two fruits, but you know what I mean. The Tony Awards are important because they serve as an excuse to remember how lucky we are to be in New York. It's where the most talented performers, designers, writers, orchestrators, wig makers, and intimacy designers ply their craft. Going to the theater is a social activity, an emotional experience, an intellectual pursuit, and a cultural lifestyle. Or, at least it was, until some Chinaman cut up a bat, and now no one can go 10 feet from their bedroom. As you know, playhouses in America closed in mid-March because theater is not just about art. It's about 1,000 people squeezing through a lobby at intermission to get to 4 toilets built in 1908. It's about smelling the Chanel No. 2 on the woman behind you, hearing the crunch of potato chips from the jerk next to you, picking up gonorrhea from the last person who used your armrest, and catching flying spittle from actors over-emoting downstage. I wasn't there at the time, but I'll bet you the bubonic plague started during an ancient production of Sugar Babies. So, Broadway, the fabulous invalid, is once again crippled. Theater owners must figure out how to make their buildings tourist traps instead of death traps. Producers are scared they'll have to lower prices, cut capacity, and submerge all the balcony seats in Purell. And members of Actors Equity are learning how fun it is to be unemployed 100% of the time instead of 90% of the time. But my friends, I take the long view. It is my opinion, based on absolutely nothing but my kishkas, that a year from now, everything will be back as it was. When New York gets hit with blackouts and snowstorms, Broadway stops for a day. When Kennedy was shot, Broadway went dark 2 days. Tuesday, September 11th, 2001, Broadway closed.
and reopened on Thursday. People want normalcy, even in a new normal. And with the COVID curve collapsing, just a matter of weeks before Mrs. Cohen turns to Mr. Cohen and says, "Oh, Denzel is playing Mama Rose. Tickets are only $470. Let's go." And Mr. Cohen will say, "Are you crazy? You just got out of the hospital with pneumonia." And Mrs. Cohen will say one word, "Denzel." That will be it. And if it's not Denzel, it's Meryl, or Bet, or Audra, or Rabbi Sol Solomon doing his magnificent show, Shalom Dammit, and Evening with Me. Whatever the impetus, people will take the risk to reap the reward. After the market crash of 1929, who would invest again? People did. After 9/11, who'd get on an airplane? People did. And after Tom Six directed Human Centipede 2, would anyone go to a movie again? They did. To Human Centipede 3. Scientists predict that the autumn will bring a spike in coronavirus cases and force all the stores and restaurants that just ramped up to rehibernate. That could happen. We might also see a lot of marquees go blank and theater companies give up the ghost. That's likely. But eventually people will sit together, watching a stage, laughing, crying, clapping, and burrowing into the seat cushion when they have to hide a fart. And so I have been asked by nobody in particular to give a blessing, a benediction for the future of the American theater. Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the universe, or possibly Queen, or gender-questioning deity. O Father of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and by that I mean F. Murray Abraham, Oscar Isaac, and Jacob Adler, it's been a rough couple of months. 100,000 dead, massive unemployment, race riots, disappointing episodes of Nailed It. We need a beacon in these dark times. We need the most talented, charismatic people on the planet, live and in person, creating art and making us feel something beautiful. As the wolf dwells with the lamb and the leopard lies down with the sheep, hey, consenting animals, let the unions dwell with the producers and the landlords be fruitful and multiplex. May God say, let there be theater. Well, maybe not Frank Wildhorn musicals, and more glass menagerie revivals, and 3-hour plays about British politics, and rock musicals about teenagers with problems, but let there be other theater, and may we dwell in the house lights of the Lord forever. Amen. This has been a Rabbinical Reflection from Rabbi Sol Solomon, Temple Sons of Bitches. The show will go on. And the show indeed did go on. We're going to X that out. Thank you very, very much to Rabbi Sol Solomon of, well, Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. Please send your comments and complaints, by the way, to davesgoneby@aol.com. Yes, I still have that old AOL address, davesgoneby@aol.com. You can, of course, post on our Facebook page all week long. I can't see them now. Joyce is hosting a watch party and watching on her site, so she's getting a lot of people commenting there. But if you comment on our Facebook page, Dave's Gone By, I will see it during the week, and I'd love to hear from you all week long, whether it's about this show or all our shows.
The secret signified.
Joyce is pointing to this. No, it's not saying that's Darren Brown. That is, this isn't showing up on camera. Hold on, let me see if I can spin it around a little bit there. So that's Darren Brown in Darren Brown's Secret. It looks like a very Freudian pose, because I guess he's doing some mentalism and mental work. Anyway, It's almost 20 to 1 Eastern time here in the neighborhood. We're not yet finished with our special, our Broadway theater special, because we still have Charlie Gross to talk to with his opinions on a couple of questions involving the season on Broadway and his all-time Broadway favorite shows. Plus, I want to finish up the Broadway timeline, but part of the timeline, and something I do want to take just a moment or two to go through, as they do on the Tony Awards broadcasts, is that we did lose several people of the theater this past year. I'm just going to name a bunch of them, and then a couple who were actually friends of the neighborhood and on this program. But in recent times, of course, Larry Kramer, just about a week or so ago, Larry Kramer, the important gay playwright, author of The Destiny of Me and The Normal Heart, he passed away. Jerry Stiller, of course, he was in Hurly Burly on Broadway. Bernie Gersten, very important producer for the nonprofit circuit. He passed away. Shirley Knight, the actress Brian Dennehy, Renee Bush, who was one of the artistic directors and founders of Repertorio Español off-Broadway in New York. The actor Mark Blum, who passed away of coronavirus. Terrence McNally, major important playwright. We were talking about Frankie and Johnny in the Claire de Lune. That was his, as was Master Class, Love, Valor, Compassion. His name came up a lot today. We lost him just a few weeks ago. March Crowley, the guy who wrote The Boys in the Band. He left us. Producer Margot Lyon, Zoe Caldwell, the actress. Kirk Douglas passed away. I think it was 101 and 102. Who did? What? Who did? No, but the only COVID losses that we had were Mark Blum and Terrence McNally, as far as I know. And I should have mentioned my theater critic friend William Wolfe passed away this year. He was the head, I do believe, of the drama desk for a few years. Okay. Kurt Douglas, I said, Jerry Herman, Hello Dolly, The Grand Tour, Mame, Milk and Honey, La Cage aux Folles, Jerry Herman left us. It's not all 2020. Some of these were at the tail end of 2019 during the season. Rip Torn passed away. Richard Easton, Ron Liebman, who was in the original Angels in America on Broadway. Director Jonathan Miller and comical actor Jonathan Miller, who was in Beyond the Fringe. Theater critic John Simon passed away. Bernard Slade, who wrote Same Time Next Year. Diane Carroll left us. Valerie Harper, who had that rather very public struggle with cancer, she passed away. Hal Prince. Simon Saltzman was talking about seeing Follies for the first time. It was Hal Prince, man, who directed that, and Phantom of the Opera, and the Sweeney Todd that was also being talked about on the show. What a major, major producer and director loss. Hal Prince passed away. Phyllis Newman, our friend of the neighborhood. Betty Corwin, who was, who God bless her, she created the library of, or the archive of film and theater on tape that is held at the New York Public Library at Lincoln Center, where no, you can't take stuff out and you can't stream it, but you can go, if you're in New York, up to Lincoln Center, make a reservation and see the history of off-Broadway and Broadway theater preserved for the past 30 years, thanks to her. Betty Corwin, our friend in the neighborhood, she left us. And Martin Charnin, who co-wrote Annie and some other shows as well. He is our friend, and he passed these past few months. So that is the sad roll call for this year. But let's get back to happier stuff. Let's get back to our timeline and then to Charlie Gross, and then we'll finish out this. Oh, and our trivia questions. I totally forgot about this. Let's do one or two more of our timeline. So much more. Oh boy, we may be here until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No, I promise. We get next, though, to the shows that we're opening this year in 2020. First Broadway show of 2020, My Name is Lucy Barton, a one-woman show, a two-character one-woman show where Laura Linney plays both women. She is the mother and the daughter. And the mother is a real piece of work. I was talking about an unloving and just out to lunch mom with a father who's a piece of work himself. Well, anyway, the character is based on a book by, Elizabeth Strout, a novel called My Name is Lucy Barton. And this woman finds herself in the hospital with an unknown, terrible ailment. And suddenly this estranged mom, who has been out of her life for 2 decades, shows up at the hospital. And this brings back all sorts of memories and all the difficulties of breaking out of this impoverished life that she had. And now she's become a successful author and so forth. So My Name is Lucy Barton. The New Yorker wrote of the show that Elizabeth Strout's language, deftly adapted for the stage by Rona Munro, is simple in the way of a coiled pot or a shaker chair. It's solid, unfussy, and the elegance lies in its polished unity. Laura Linney, radiating warmth and lucidity, is just the right actor to bring it to life, even though, and I agree with this, the New Yorker found the show overall a bit digressive and mundane. There's too many anecdotes that don't really go anywhere in this 90-minute one-woman piece. But that was My Name is Lucy Barton. It was a Manhattan Theater Club production that ran at their Samuel J. Friedman Theater from January 15th to the end of February. And then a really, really strong revival of the Pulitzer-winning play A Soldier's Story by Charles Fuller. That just here, I'm gonna hold this one up. Yeah, A Soldier's Play, featuring Blair Underwood and David Alan Grier, and also a white captain played by Jerry O'Connell. All about a black captain sent to investigate the murder of a seemingly popular sergeant in a black World War II era barracks. And of course, he's got to deal with how he carries himself, how the black soldiers see him, and of course, how the white people on his level and higher up and even beneath him treat him while he's just trying to get at the truth. It is a gripping show. It's a gripping staging. I wish it would run longer. I wish it probably do better had there been Tonys this year, if I could run even longer into Tony time, and we'll get even more recognition. But yeah, very, very fine revival of A Soldier's Play on Broadway, the 1982 Pulitzer-winning drama. Well, we've got 3 more shows to go in our timeline. I'm gonna hold them because we've got trivia to get to, and I do want to get to one more person. I'm gonna take my camera off one more time. Now, unfortunately, this person could not be with us live because it's Saturday. It's the Sabbath. And I've got to share, let me make sure I can bring this up. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, no, that's not what I want. I don't want my iTunes. What I want is here. Good, I've opened that up. So I'm going to share my screen again to share Charles Gross. Now, Charles, old friend of mine, God, I must have known him maybe 30 years now. He is the co-host of Two on the Aisle with Leslie Hoban Blake, who we were talking to earlier in the hour. He is also a playwright. Well, you know what? I'll let him tell it, I'll tell it, and he'll be talking with us about the theater season. So please, if you will, welcome Charles Gross to the neighborhood. Here on the 16th annual Total Theater Broadway special, and very excited to be talking to someone who's been on almost every one that we have done of these. He's been a very long time theater critic. As a matter of fact, he co-hosts the show Two on the Aisle on Manhattan Cable Television with our other friend, Leslie Hoban Blake. He is also an actor and a writer. He's going to talk a bit about that. And he's going to answer some questions about this past season. So everybody, please, won't you welcome Charles Gross back to the neighborhood. Please unmute Charlie and say hi.
Hey, how you doing, David? You know, we go back even further as far as the Tony Awards are concerned, because you used to come on Two on the Aisle with Jeff Goodman as my co-host, and we do all our Tony predictions together.
What do you think is going to happen with the Tonys? Do you think they'll postpone them? Will they lump them in next year with next week's crop of shows? What do you think?
That's hard to say. I think right now they're talking about the possibility of doing them in January, with whatever shows manage to become this season. Apparently there is a problem because there is the concern that a lot of Tony voters did not see some of the more recent shows like West Side Story. So anybody's guess, the Drama Desk Awards, which I'm a proud voting member of the drama desk. We're supposed to be broadcast last night. They were postponed because of the rioting and protesting in New York. So hopefully you can see those shortly. The oldies, I think pre-recorded, will be coming. What I like
Broadway, yeah, and off of Broadway too, I think, yeah.
What I would personally like to see on CBS, obviously they can't broadcast the Tony Awards, but what they could do is take a compilation. Tony Awards have been going on for many decades, and each year they have performances from the nominated shows. And there have been some really excellent ones over the years. I mean, you could think of Patti LuPone, Evita, Andrea McArdle, Dorothy Loudon, and Annie. Even Lucy Arnaz and Robert Klein, they're playing our song. They have all this to do so. They could easily make an hour or 2 hours special.
And they could bracket it with famous celebrities who are doing now all these Zoom benefits and Zoom shows and have live material being fed in by them, and even live songs by people like Bernadette and the major megastars, the Audras and so forth. But speaking of live, of theater on the interwebs, be it video or be it specifically newly created Zoom shows, that's been a thing for the past few weeks now. You must have seen a couple. What's been your Zoom show to watch? Yeah.
Well, before I answer that very quickly, I just want to point out that there have been some wonderful theater that's just been waiting for us even before this whole thing already started. For example, if you go to Amazon Prime, you can see Kiss Me Kate with the original Broadway lead, Alfred Drake and Patricia Morrison. And it's not politically correct, and all the better for it. But it's from a 1958 telecast, really excellent. If you go on to YouTube, you can see a wonderful version of She Loves Me with Byrne that was taped by the BBC about 30 years ago. There's a lot there. And in fact, Leslie Hoban and I are working on a podcast where we'll be discussing a lot of these shows. Now, of course, taking out the two shows that I have broadcast on the internet.
What are they? What are the names of those?
How I Found an Affordable Apartment on the Upper West Side of Manhattan Without Really Trying, which we taped at this year's United Solo Festival. So it's the entire live show. You can see this on my YouTube. That's CD, Charles David Gross. And you can also see something that I did live on YouTube a couple of weeks ago, and it's called Tales of Stockbridge, which includes an original story about the town of Stockbridge, Massachusetts, and the entire Alice's Restaurant massacre by Arlo Guthrie.
But tell us about what you've seen Zoom-wise that made your mind zoom.
Well, this was actually, I think, more YouTube than Zoom, but this is one of my favorite plays by A.R. Byrne, Love Letters. And this was a live presentation. Unfortunately, if you didn't catch it live, you're not going to be able to see it, at least no time soon. This was Love Letters with Bryan Cranston and Sally Field in the leads. This is a wonderful play. It's very simple, which is why it's so excellent to do online like this. It takes place so roughly a 50-year period. A man and a woman, both born to privileged United States families, and they communicate. The entire play is letters they have written to each other. So the actors never interact with each other. They never look at each other. They basically sit at a desk, and this is how it was done on stage, and they read letters that they have written to each other. And it's an amazing play. Their lives take two very different turns. He becomes a senator. She becomes an artist, and unfortunately an alcoholic. There are certain parts of it that are said to have been based on Byrne's own life, but it's a wonderful two-act play, and it lends itself, because it is so simple, it lends itself perfectly to a YouTube or to Zoom. You actually might have thought that it would have actually been written for it. Plus, you have the amazing performances. I've been a fan of Sally Field ever since The Flying Nun. Sorry, Sally, I was 5 years old. I didn't even know what a nun was. It was just girl flying. It was pretty cool at the time.
You should apologize to your rabbi, not to Sally Field. By the way, I do want to second your. I saw the love letters that you're talking about, and I found it was very, very good. It was touching. It was a really nice production, and Sally Field and Bryan Cranston were matched marvelously. And I know it was done. They revived it on Broadway a couple of years ago with Mia Farrow and not Charles Durning, but The guy
Brian
with
Dennehy.
Brian Dennehy, yeah. And this supposedly was magnificent too. So it's a fine piece. But I want to have time to talk to you also about our second question, because this is the one you also wanted to answer. All time, there's no theater right now on stages, but in your many, many years of theater going, what has been your most profound and amazing memory?
That's a very hard question to answer. I would actually say there are several answers, and I thought about it, and I've been very privileged because I've been a theater critic for many years. I wrote my first Broadway theater review in high school, and I've just seen so much amazing theater. But the one that really came to mind happened to me, I think it was roughly 1976. And it was the revival of My Fair Lady. This was the first revival of My Fair Lady since the original. And I had been introduced to My Fair Lady when my parents showed it to me on television. They said, "Oh, come, this is a movie with Rex Harrison." I said, "Well, it can't be any better than Dr. Dolittle," but it was. And I was bowled over by it. And I found out my parents had the album with Julie Andrews. It was the London cast, which had the leads identical to the Broadway cast. And I'd listen to this every night. So when I found out it was going to be back on Broadway, I was so excited. And I went in there with such high expectations. And, you go into something like that with just thinking it's going to be the most amazing thing in the world. It's very easy to be disappointed. But I wasn't. I mean, you had Ian Richardson as Higgins, Christina Andreas playing Eliza, George Rose as Dolittle. He won a Tony for that role. And Robert Booth was in the original cast recreating Mary. And it was everything I had hoped it would be. Just such a wonderful experience. All these years later, I still have the autographed playbill that Christina Andreas signed. My parents, I think, were going to get me a balcony seat, but I made up the difference to sit in the orchestra. And, orchestra tickets, I think, were like under $20 went on a Wednesday matinee. So, and I have seen...
It sounded like you said $120. I think you meant under.
No, under $20.
Under $20, right? Yeah.
This production that I saw in the 70s remains my favorite.
Well, this is what makes us not just theater critics, but theater lovers, theater people. And this is why we wait and we hope and we expect that 2021 will be back on target. And I'll see Charlie Gross on the aisle, and we'll be watching him on Two on the Aisle with Leslie Hoban Blake, talking not just about old shows, not just about shows on the computer, but actual real-life flesh and blood theater. Charlie Gross, it's been a joy, as always, having you in the neighborhood.
Always a pleasure, Dave.
And we're back live with a bit more of our 16th annual Broadway special here in the neighborhood. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. I keep neglecting to mention that. And this is our annual Broadway special. We usually call it a Tony show. If you've been watching, you know that, well, there won't be certainly Tonys this June. They would have been tomorrow night, June 7th, in Radio City Music Hall, but they're not. Whether there will be a special Tonys for this short season in a few months or weeks, or they'll do something virtually, I don't know. Or we have one of our critics say, no, they'll probably combine and do this season, and then next season is going to be short too, because there isn't going to be any Broadway until January. So it remains to be seen. But we can still celebrate Broadway, as we have been doing with all these fabulous guests, these critics. And I'm going to thank them in a little bit, but we're not quite through with the program. Here we are live on this June 6, 2020, the 749th episode of Dave's Gone By. We're doing and finishing up our Broadway Timeline, which is just letting you know all the shows, right? Because everybody's so sad, and Broadway had to stop early, and there were a couple of shows that were supposed to happen, that were supposed to open, that won't. They're not even going to wait until next year. They just said, no, there's no way. I think Leslie was talking about Hangman, the play by Martin McDonough. That's not coming in. And there was going to be a big revival of Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf on Broadway with, I think, Laurie Metcalf, and the producers just gave up the ghost on that. And it is very possible that some of the other shows that were playing or were going to be in the pipeline won't come back. But shows that did open in this year, and the calendar year of 2020, we had just stopped with the marvelous revival of A Soldier's Play. We then move on to a comedy called Grand Horizons by I think it's Bess Wall is the author of that. I didn't make that in my notes. Shame on me. Yes, it is Bess Wall. And there it is. Produced by Second Stage at the Broadway theater that they run, which is the Helen Hayes Theater. So one of the things about this comedy is it brought James Cromwell and the wonderful Jane Alexander back to Broadway. And it's all about this couple. The show opens where they've got nothing left to say to each other. They've been married for 1 million years. They're having their breakfast, and it's just the rote same thing over and over. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, the wife says, I want a divorce. I'm leaving you. And the husband, being fairly passive-aggressive, just like, okay. And all the machinations stem from that, and from their grown children who are spoiled and stupid. They're coming in and trying, how can you get divorced? Don't you know what this will do to us? And the husband finally doing one particular thing that shows how he really does feel about it all. Plus, they've had some indiscretions on both sides that need to be aired out. But that's the basic story of this comedy. Frank Scheck, my old friend from the Hollywood Reporter, he says that the writing is formulaic, but also funny. And the show is too long for a boulevard comedy, but the actors are great. And he did say, and I agree with this, the final scene is the best in the show. And that helps a lot. A scene that really wraps everything up in a way that is a bit touching and still funny, but makes you think. It has that. And it's also, it's good to have a boulevard comedy. Everybody's been talking this whole show about everything has to be so boundary pushing and avant-garde and race this and gender that. Sometimes an old-fashioned show about marriage and family dynamics can be valuable too. And that was Grand Horizons at the Helen Hayes Theater, running from January my birthday, January 23rd. It opened and it ended early in March. It didn't actually get closed by COVID. It ran its run. And then we've already talked a bit about the last two shows of the season that opened. One of them, this very, shall we say, modern-ish and sometimes asynchronous, or no, that's not the right, achronological, if you will, version of West Side Story, directed by, I guess it's Ivo Van Hove. I've been mispronouncing his name for 10 years. But, West Side Story, for gosh sakes. It's Arthur Lawrence, Stephen Sondheim, music by Leonard Bernstein, and it's rival gangs in the streets of New York. There's a fair fight rumble, but the guy from one side falls for the girl on the other side, and therein everything just goes to tragedy. There are times, and other critics have complained about this, where the action is so far upstaged, so far away, that you're wondering, why go to a theater if we're just going to be watching giant television the whole time? But other times the images are lovely, and it does work. And that's what it's when you have an iconoclastic director, what's going to happen is, well, this scene isn't really making it, but that scene was amazing. I've never thought of it that way. The whole show, West Side Story, is kind of like that. Is it worth seeing? I say, yeah. I say we will have our West Side Stories not on Broadway for sure, but we'll have our West Side Stories in community theaters and schools and colleges and local regional theaters and big places like Tuts in Houston that will still do normal, quote unquote, West Side Stories. We can have a West Side Story that's iconoclastic, that pushes the boundaries, that has cell phone cameras and not modern jargon, because they keep a 1950s lingo, but modern ideas and modern dress. And certainly interesting, certainly worth a look on Broadway. Hoping it comes back to the Broadway Theater. There's actually a theater on Broadway called the Broadway Theater, West Side Story. And then the last show that got to open, Girl from the North Country. We talked about this one too. It's a Bob Dylan musical that really works. And there was another one about a decade ago where Twyla Tharp directed a bunch of semi-connected Bob Dylan songs in a circusy atmosphere called The Times They Are A-Changin'. That was terrible. This is not terrible. I still have issues with songs being shoehorned into a show that are connected, but not really. But one thing that this show does, the book is by Conor McPherson, and it's directed, I should have noted this down as well. The direction is exceptional by, he directed it too, Conor McPherson. The mood, the tone of this show, and it's a very depressing show. It's all about these destitute people in a boarding house. The couple's trying to run it. She has some Alzheimer's mental issues. He's just trying to keep things going. They've taken in this girl that they're trying to look after, and then all the boarders. There are thieves who come through. There's dangerous people, con men who come through, and they're all, nobody's black and white, right? They're all desperate. They've all done some not so good things, and they're all just trying to live and eat and get through the depression. And they kind of do and kind of don't. And that's the whole story. The mood of the girl from the North Country is exceptionally held throughout. And yeah, it's great to hear the Bob Dylan songs in this context, as opposed to, I take issue. I think it was Simon who said that Bob Dylan was never a singer. No, Bob Dylan was one of the greatest singers rock and roll has ever seen, but okay.
He said he was never a good singer.
He was never a good singer. He was a great singer.
And his voice was never pleasant to listen to.
And his voice, most of the time, was not pleasant to listen to, but that wasn't the point. Here you're going to find some very pleasant voices very often, and some rough-hewn voices as well, singing Dylan songs and Girl from the North Country, which was playing at the Belasco. It opened on March 5th after playing off-Broadway at the Public Theater, and then closed temporarily, one hopes, March 11th. Maybe we'll see it back. And whatever reservations I have about Girl from the North Country, I did say, and will say again, that this and Jagged Little Pill really push the idea of a jukebox musical to a whole new level. And that's very, very welcome. Because we're just going to keep getting jukebox musicals on Broadway, might as well expand the form. Well, we have a format of things that we do on Dave's Gone By every week for the past bunch of months. We've been doing a trivia quiz called Today, Yesterday, where that particular day in history, like last week, I think it was May 30th or May 31st. So we ask questions about things that went on in history on that date. But we have a special different trivia quiz, of course, devoted to the Broadway season. We got 4 more questions for you before we wrap up the show. Let's see how you do. So are you ready? I know you are. Oh, I lost my question. Oh, here it is. I've got my important question mark there, our great prop for the show. This season, as I said, the Jukebox Musical had Jagged Little Pill, Girl from the North Country. Which of these other shows was an earlier Broadway Jukebox Musical? Okay. One of these was a real show. Was it Calendar Girl, the Neil Sedaka musical? Good Vibrations, the Beach Boys musical? Daydream Believers, the Monkees-based musical? Or The Circle Game, based on the songs of Joni Mitchell? Okay, my wife has it right. Well, let's give you a chance to. Well done, Joyce. So were they? One of these was a real Broadway jukebox musical. Well, I'm going to read the question again, give people a chance to, and then I'll show your correct answer. Calendar Girl, Good Vibrations, Daydream Believers, or The Circle Game? Which of these was real? I can't do the theremin thing, but yeah, the answer was indeed Good Vibrations. It was not a hit. It wasn't very good. It was back in 2005, 94 performances at the Eugene O'Neill Theater on Broadway, Good Vibrations. Well, if all goes well, we were talking about Tracy Letts before, the author of August Osage County, and also the author of Linda Vista. That was on Broadway, pretty good play that we talked about.
I took the canned sausage from here.
So, and if we're lucky, his other play, The Minutes, will come to Broadway in early 2021. But which of the following is not another play by Tracy Letts? Okay, so one of these he did not write. Straight White Men, August Osage County, Killer Joe, Superior Donuts. One of these is not a Tracy Letts play. Which is it? And I'll read them again. Straight White Men, August Osage County, Killer Joe, or Superior Donuts.
I'm trying another one.
My wife wrote the Japanese word for a donut suit. And no. That is correct. He got it on the third try, I'm afraid. It was
Let me write it. I want to show them.
Okay. The answer is Straight White Men, which was written in 2014 by Asian writer Young Jean Lee and came to Broadway in 2018. This is that the male or is that the
Straight White Men?
Because female is the up one or the down one, and here it is. So you get Straight White Men. There's the testicle and the penis. No, I don't know what that is. Anywho, got 2 more questions for you. Well, we were talking before. There she is. There's Audra McDonald, who co-starred in this year the revival of Frankie and Johnny and the Claire de Lune. She made her first splash on Broadway in a revival of Carousel back in 1994 that you saw with your mom. But she made her Broadway debut 3 years earlier as a cast member, a cast replacement member in this musical based on a classic children's book about an orphan English girl, the book by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Can you name the show?
Oh.
I'll read them again. Audra McDonald, she was on Broadway this year. Before she was in Carousel, she actually came into, as a cast replacement, another musical based on a classic children's book about an orphan English girl, the book written by Frances Hodgson Burnett. No. Joyce is writing furiously. Can I show that one?
No.
Oh, please, no. I'll give it a couple more seconds. And the answer...
Oh, wait. What's the one with the girl?
The answer should really blossom in your mind. It should bloom for you. But not really in public.
Oh, Cherry Blossom. Cherry, what's the...
Not the Cherry Orchard, no.
No, what's the one where Cherry Jones played it?
I don't think so. Not the Heiress.
Yeah, the Heiress?
No. It's, oh boy. What other... Because I don't remember the show that well, and they're going to be reviving it, or they were supposed to this season or next. And the answer is, it's kind of like, we were talking before about our friend of the neighborhood, Carol Demas, and Janice on that TV show, the children's show.
Magical Garden?
Not the Magic Garden, but the
Enchanted Garden?
The
Silent Garden? The Secret Garden.
Thank you. I cannot give you full credit on that one. No,
I get that one. I got 2 out of 3.
Secret Garden is the correct answer, and we get
These are hard.
to our last.
How come you didn't ask the critics?
Well, because this is our trivia part. So here is our final trivia question. We were talking just before about West Side Story, yeah? Well, it got a little confusing for people because Ivo Van Hove directed this new Broadway West Side Story, but also in the news is that Steven Spielberg is directing a new movie version of West Side Story that should be debuting later this year or next year. The original 1961 film was co-directed by Robert Wise, and this man, who directed and choreographed the original Broadway West Side Story in 1957. Can you name him? No. You're not seeing this, but my wife is by me writing down kind of ridiculous fun answers to some of these questions. So, no, again, I'll repeat the question. Steven Spielberg is making a new version, a film version of West Side Story. The original one was co-directed by Robert Wise, and this director-choreographer, no. Joyce wrote Michael Jackson. No, I think not. They weren't moonwalking across the Bronx. No, it's
I know. Wait, let me try this one.
No, but you're right about the first name. No. Well, the answer is, and I'll give another hint, he will also, a couple of years later, go on to direct and choreograph Fiddler on the Roof. So who is this genius director-choreographer? Well, I'm going to give my wife one last chance on this, because we're winding down the show. No. The answer is Jerome Robbins.
Oh, David.
So if you ever got to see Jerome Robbins
Fred
Broadway, yeah.
Fred said he enjoyed Ann Hampton Calloway at 54 Below.
Oh, we asked our friend from Friendy, his favorite cabaret show. When they come to visit New York once or twice a year, and he said he really, of all the cabaret shows that he saw when he was in town, he really liked seeing Ann Hampton Calloway in cabaret. What did you say was it Don't Tell Mama? No, she was playing the Carlisle? 54 Below, I'm sorry, 54 Below. Yeah, the cabarets will figure out how they can get back in the swing of things.
They're hard because everybody's squished together, like, it's packed in.
So that was our Broadway trivia quiz for this Saturday, June 6, 2020. Whew. Hope you all had fun. Hope you all had fun watching this very special annual episode of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the stream. We've done a ton of things today, all celebrating the theater, which will come back off Broadway, which will come back on Broadway, maybe in some sort of different ways. Maybe it's going to feel weird for a while, but as Charlotte St. Martin, the head of the Broadway League, said, when Broadway comes back, it's got to come back in pretty much the usual way. It's not going to be people sitting apart from each other in masks and helmets and stuff. It's got to be person next to person next to person. That is the only economic way that Broadway can work. And Chris Jones, a theater critic out in Chicago, who now also writes for the Daily News, he said that Chicago may end up being the testing ground. That Chicago's a big theater city, bigger in some ways even than New York, and it's a place for things to try out. So he's saying that what they'll do is they'll figure out how Chicago can work, and then Broadway will look at what works, what doesn't, and incorporate that into Broadway. Well, we've incorporated so much into this 749th episode of Dave's Gone By. It's thank you time. Thank you so much to Leslie Hoban Blake. I want to remind you that you can watch her and Charlie Gross, our other friend, and Two on the Aisle, both on YouTube and Manhattan Neighborhood Network. Thank you to Joe Dziemianowicz. You're going to want to read his stuff in Newsday, his Long Island stuff in Newsday. We've got to thank Eva Heinemann, the host of High Drama. You can watch those on YouTube and also on Manhattan Cable TV. Brian Scott Lipton, who is a writer for City Tour and Theater Pizzazz. Simon Saltzman, oh beloved Simon. Simon is the vice president of the Outer Critics Circle, and he also writes for CurtainUp.com. David Sheward. David Sheward is I'm sorry for glancing at my notes, but it's been a long show. He writes for Theater Life and was a former editor of Backstage. And Zachary Stewart, all the way back at 9:05 a.m. when we started. Thank you, Zachary. He writes and he's an editor, I believe, at theatermania.com. Thanks so much to all of them for taking part. Thank you to Rabbi Sol Solomon for his Rabbinical Reflection. Find out more about him at shalomdammit.com, shalom, D-A-M-M-I-T, shalomdammit.com. And by the way, if we have any producers or theater companies watching, you can see his show, Shalom Dammit, an evening with Rabbi Sol Solomon. We filmed it few years ago at the Richmond Shepherd Theater. That is at his website, shalomdammit.com. I also want to thank so much my wonderful, loving, adorable, incredibly helpful wife, Joyce, for, she doesn't want to be on camera. I don't know why, but, oh, here she is. Oh, honey, you combed your hair. This is Oofty Gooft, our theater dog. It's not really a theater dog. He's a theatrical dog, if you can imagine. 18 years old. I would love to say that we'd love to see him a year from now and get him back on the show. Who knows? He's 18, but every episode, every year we try and show him, and he's still with us. And that's kind of the point too. He's still here. We're still here. Theater is still here, even if it's just like in squares around the Zoom camera on your home screen for now. So for now, I'm going to end the program. I'm going to sign off with I think I have a sign-off music of some sort. Oh, yeah. This is one of the most fun shows of the season that people were talking about. It's David Byrne. He adapted his concert into something more theatrical, and he called it American Utopia. I hope we're not on a road to nowhere. We'll just have to see. Let's hear a little bit of Byrne from American Utopia as we close out the 16th annual Total Theater Tony Show. Write to me, davesgoneby@aol.com. Check the archives at davesgoneby.com. Check my Twitter feed, Radio Dave 2, and catch the archives also at castbox.fm, archive.org, and on YouTube. From all of us here at davesgoneby.com, thank you, most of all, for tuning in, for watching, for hopefully enjoying the show. Maybe we are on a road to nowhere, but let's hope it's a fun road and gone by.
Well, we know where we're going, but we don't know where we've been. And we know what we're knowing, but we can't say what we see. And we're not little children, and we know what we want. Give us time to work it out.
Have a great one. Oh, and we'll see you next week with another edition of Dave's Gone By.